Hello everybody, Flamin' Shark back with another video, and you're probably thinking, what the fuck are you looking at? And you probably already read the title, so you know what the fuck you're looking at. Nevertheless, I'm here with the other GOAT. I'm here with the boy himself, Kickassreaction, back from the dead for the 80th, 1000th time. Hello, and welcome to the best channel for reactions, and the best channel for tier lists, apparently.
That was cringe as hell.
Oh, you
Hello.
know we're going for cringe.
Hello, Flaming Shark. Very nice to be on.
Yeah. This is way overdue. We've been talking about this for like 12 million years, and I've just been dead all the time. So like that's insight into our relationship is just I'm always dead. I've been a little better lately, but usually I'm always dead. So yeah, how are you doing on this fine September day? I don't even...
You know, the usual how British spends their last few days of summer melting away.
Gotta love it. Gotta love that the rising British heat, man. We have some waifus to talk about today.
Oh yes, we do. Every single one that retained to our channels.
And not only that, this is only part one. This is the beginning of a journey that we're gonna go on. I'm gonna make a playlist on my channel for this, because there's gonna be at least 2 videos. Can you imagine that? That's more than one.
Oh yes.
So we're gonna be talking about
that's 2 more than necessary.
The notable girls, and even some that debatably not notable girls from the various anime that we've both collectively either reacted to, or there's a few cases where there's a couple cases where I've not reacted to the series, but I have seen it, and Kickass has reacted to. I think all of these are series Kickass has reacted to. And yeah,
pretty much. I think I've pretty much reacted to almost every anime I've seen. So yeah, this all retains to stuff on the channel.
So this is all series that we can mutually speak on. I think in regards to this video specifically, we have almost identical experience with the series. Either the series is finished and we both completed them, we're both at the same point in the story, or it's something similar to that. Like I think the one exception is
not very far off.
Yeah, you've seen a few more episodes of Overlord than I have.
Yeah,
I think that's the only. Oh, and I've obviously seen Steins Gate 0.
You've also seen a little of season 6 of My Hero now.
Yes, at the time we're recording this, the video's not out yet, but I have seen the first 5 episodes of My Hero Academia season 6, which I don't think really has much impact. I don't really think that has any impact on my thoughts, positively or negatively, as far as the My Hero girls will go over. So yeah, I don't. It's like really small discretion differences here. I think everything else, like I said, the biggest difference is probably Steins Gate 0, because yeah, that's like half the series. But I can talk about Steins Gate based on Steins Gate and be very happy. Any chance I get to talk about Steins Gate makes me happy. I don't care what the context is. And then we're actually going to start with Steins Gate. So we go in any order you want. We could just go in the set order we have here, or if you wanna just put her right here. Like,
yeah, I feel like that's all you need to say about that one particular girl. You know, just up in the top, and we can move on. We can do that for all 6 of these, honestly.
Honestly, I wouldn't complain. But yeah, I mean, just to very, very briefly, Makase Kurisu, quite possibly the greatest. I mean, you could make the argument the greatest anime character of all time. She's in my top 5.
Favorite of mine, I would say that.
She is my number 2 female character in all of anime. The number 1 is not on this list because it's not a show that Kickass has seen. And I actually think a good amount of the people watching probably don't know who it is. But she's definitely top 5. Still manages to actually only be my 2nd favorite character in her own show. But you know, That's because Okabe is the GOAT. Anyways,
I mean, anyone voiced by J. Michael Tatum is, destined to be amazing.
Yes. We are.
That's just kind of like that's just the rule about dubs is that if it has J. Michael Tatum in it, it's probably worth at least a glance.
I will say that like J. Michael Tatum is like one of the voices that I will like kind of glance at when I look at dubs and see like, oh yeah, because like I remember him and Johnny Young Bosch, who plays Lelouch in the English dub of Code. That's another voice that I just really like his voice acting and his style. There was actually a movie I've reacted to that I didn't dub entirely because one of the major characters was voiced by Johnny Young Bosch. And J. Michael Tatum's in that same category where I would like consider a dub because of him.
That's like some pretty big simp material right there. You do it specifically for one VA.
I mean, we are talking about the dub VAs of probably arguably my two favorite anime characters of all time. Certainly my two favorite male anime characters of all time. So, makes sense. I mean, we were joking about it, but if you don't have any problem with it, I mean, this looks like 5 waifus to me. I'm not going to lie.
I mean, yeah, obviously. I mean, my goodness. Yeah. Look at them.
I don't think you could put them lower. I think it would be a crime. Like, I think, like, if you want to be serious here, and if we want to really dive into it,
though, we are admittedly going a little fast forward here,
yes,
and this might be a little unfair and incredibly hard. Do you maybe want to try ranking them in order?
Oh God, I
feel like of every show, this would be the hardest one to actually do that for.
So what I'll say is, I don't want to rank the entire tiers in order, but I wouldn't be against trying to rank the same show. If they're in the same tier, from the same show, try to get an order going here. So this is, oh God, because I think the hardest one... I think the hardest one to rank is Mayuri.
Yeah. Funny you say, I'd probably say she's second right below Kurisu for me.
Yeah, so this is kind of what I'm thinking. I'm kind of thinking this.
You put Ferris that high? Interesting.
Yeah, Ferris, well, okay. I mean, Ferris is really fun, and I was kind of thinking that you would be pushing for her more, because I know you really like her, but you said you'd put Mayuri second?
I think I would, yeah.
She's definitely, I think...
with,
as far as writing goes, she's definitely
second or third.
Yeah, she's see, like if it's writing, it's probably like this.
That does make sense from a writing standpoint. I mean, I could even argue you'd put Suzuha above Mayuri for that, but I mean,
yeah, I think you could actually argue. I think you could argue the top
second is fine.
I mean, we're talking god tier writing for these top 3, and then like these bottom 3 are super well written characters. Moeka is a little interesting, and like obviously I can't talk. I will say though, I will just leave this comment. I don't think this would be. I think there might be adjustments if I was including Zero, which I'm obviously not.
Oh, of course. I imagine we'd see pretty much all of them in greater detail in Zero.
So it's interesting.
Depending how, as good as they all are in obviously Zero, or as in the first series, they all have very minimal screen time, I'd say, in comparison to the main girls, which are of course Kurisu and Mayuri and Suzuha.
And I'll be super vague here, but the one thing I will say is I actually think that Zero does probably a better job of utilizing the whole cast. I know,
which in itself is an absurd accomplishment.
Yeah, and I think like Zero is, it's generally very beloved, but it's slightly more controversial than the original, which is so universally praised, rightfully so. It is probably my favorite anime of all time. The only series that I always what I like to say is Steins Gate's the best anime I've ever seen, because I think it's just the most well written. It's so enjoyable. It just, everything just works. It's so good. And then Evangelion is kind of the greatest, because I think there's a lot of flaws with Eva, but I just think it's the things it does is just so unbelievable. But obviously we can't talk
But the
about
most
Eva here.
incredible thing about Steins Gate is that it's an adaptation of a larger story.
And not only that, it's an adaptation of a video game. And like,
Yeah, like
how
seriously.
often
I
are
cannot
those
imagine.
good?
I could count that on my hand, but I mean,
Seriously,
I could not imagine the amount of detail that is left out from the anime, and we're praising it this high, but
Yeah.
how much more we would get from just the game itself? It'd be like, oh.
And while it is probably a long way off, I have every intention to play it one day on the channel. I don't know about your futures with Steins Gate, but it's just something that has to be done one day at least.
I mean, I'm definitely going to do Zero, and I'm definitely going to play the game, all of them. You know, I don't just mean Zero and One, and My Darling's Embrace.
I mean,
the
to
other
be
ones.
fair,
I think there's an exclusive one on the Switch that I'll have to buy at some point.
Yeah, I'm so pilled on. Honestly, I love Steins Gate so much. I'm so pilled on Chiyomaru that I kind of just want to play all his games, to be perfectly honest. And maybe those will one day grace the channel. But yeah, as far as individually, is there much you want to say individually about any of these characters? Because the general gist of it is, watch my Steins Gate reactions. Watch his Steins Gate reactions. Watch all the Steins Gate reactions. It's the greatest show maybe ever made. There is a strong case for it as the best show ever. It is that fucking good. And if you've not seen it, you've done yourself a disservice, because it is absolutely fucking brilliant. And these characters are absolutely fucking brilliant. And this obviously leaves out two of the main characters who are male, who are both goated. Daru and Okabe are fantastic characters as well. Like, this entire cast is just unbelievable.
It's like the one show to where you can't name a bad character at all.
I mean, because it more or less, I mean, outside of like very bit pieces, it's pretty much the 6 girls and the 2 guys, with a few exceptions to that. And it's just great.
Oh yeah, for sure. I guess the one thing I would say about Steins Gate, no spoilers, of course.
Yes.
But if you're for the faint of heart, you probably shouldn't watch it.
It's intense
series, very much so. A lot of controversial, I guess, themes are in it, you know. But overall, if you want a good story, you go to Steins Gate. Not only is it great, but it's a very acceptable length, I'd say.
Yeah.
It's
even with Zero, it's only with just the original series is 24, and then there's an OVA. That is like, you know, and then you have the OVA, and then you also have a film that's also like anime original film that's also fantastic. Despite being anime original, it's amazing. And then again, Zero's another 23 episodes as well. So even when you combine all of that, you're looking at like, you know, a little over 50 if you count the movie in there. So, and that's the whole like milk of it. But the main series on its own is 24, and then an OVA, and it stands alone. It's absolutely a series where you don't need to watch Zero. I think Zero does add some really interesting stuff overall, but it is on its own one of, if not the greatest anime of all time, in my opinion, of what I've seen so far. And that list has gotten a lot, you know, as I watch more and more series, it's gotten a lot tougher. But Steins Gate, I think, still stand. Steins Gate and Eva, for me, still stand as the slightly above everything else, I think. Even though there's been some that have, you know, knocked on
this many years in the future, and the argument is still those two.
For me, I think so. But there are a lot that are close. And unfortunately, I feel like all of the other ones that are, like, knocking on that door are ones that we're not going to be discussing, because they're ones that Kickass hasn't seen. But, to be fair,
for the most part.
Yeah. But maybe eventually. I'm actually pretty satisfied with Steins Gate here. I don't think there's much else to say. I don't think we need to go too in-depth on the individual characters, just because we're pretty much in lock sync here with these 6.
Yeah, I would agree on that.
All right, so next up is Overlord. So it is worth noting that...
and this is where it gets a little hard.
Yeah, so just like Steins Gate, we are slightly off in terms of what we've seen. I've seen the first 3 seasons. Kickass has seen part of season 4 of Overlord, so that probably doesn't make as much of a difference as, you know, our difference in Steins Gate viewership, but worth noting that he's seen a few episodes that I haven't.
Yeah. But even then, the overall theme of Overlord in general makes it kind of hard to debate some of the main, quote unquote, main characters, you know, in terms of like the females, because, you know, in terms of general character writing, there's not a whole lot to these women overall because of like the origin of them.
Sure. Like it is,
You know,
they are by nature essentially like NPCs brought to life.
yeah, literally. So, you know,
that is if you haven't seen Overlord, it'll make sense. Just go watch it. It's pretty good.
yeah, they are pretty much just the definition of an NPC. Not the middle girl. The middle girl's actually her own character, but
yes.
Albedo and Shaltir,
probably the two most recognizable
right at the
girls
there.
here. Yeah, the two most recognizable girls from Overlord, without a shadow of a doubt, both fall in that category. And it is kind of interesting because I think there is some depth to it, some degree of, I think, meta commentary about how these characters are based on characters from their creators, which, again, I won't go too deep into what the fuck I'm talking about if you haven't seen Overlord, but, you know, again, it is a situation where it's like you do kind of see some layers to them, but generally speaking, they do stick to their archetypes and how they were made. And that does kind of make this a little awkward because both of their archetypes are fucking awesome. Like,
oh, for sure.
They are kind of, they can be a bit like surface level, but the surface both looks and acts awesome.
For sure.
So that makes this really tough, actually.
And I think myself and you are actually flipped on our preference for these two in particular, because you know me, I gotta go for my girl, for my vamp, for Shaltir at the top. I believe you are of the more Albedo kind, right?
I think I'm pretty even, to be honest. I don't know.
Oh,
this is kind of a hard pick. Honestly.
I remember you praising Albedo a little more.
I don't know really where to. Yeah, I mean maybe, but I feel like these two belong in the same tier. And if you want to put Shaltir ahead of Albedo in the same tier, I got no issues with that.
Preference aside, I mean, yeah, I'd probably agree with that. Again, in terms of pretty much all the girls, that's pretty much why there aren't more female characters from Overlord in general on this list, because a lot of them are surface level as a base, and I don't see. It doesn't really explore much more because there just isn't more to explore with these kind of characters.
And that's kind of one of the weird things about Overlord, is because I do it is a weird thing where I think a lot of the show is surface level, and then there's certain elements of it where they kind of go deeper and you kind of get more in-depth into psyches and characters. Obviously, it's part of what makes the main character of Overlord quite interesting, is his particular circumstances, and that is one of the things that I really like about Overlord. But there is that awkward situation where, given the origins, given the base writing of how everything came to be in the universe, a lot of the featured characters are largely caricatures, which is makes it kind of weird. So I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of looking at girlfriend material. I'm kind of looking at that GF material. I mean, if you want to go a step higher, I have no issue. I no reason to go lower, because I think we both like Albedo and Shaltir quite a bit. But I don't know. What are you thinking?
I mean, realistically, both of them are just sex dolls, but yeah, the girlfriend material one works pretty well.
Yeah, well, I mean, hey, girlfriend, there wasn't a
tier for that, so
yeah, I mean, obviously we could have made 20 tiers if we wanted to go crazy, but yeah, I'll put Shaltir ahead of Albedo.
Nice.
So we got a princess here, Rainier.
We got a character here.
We have an actual character, and in classic Overlord fashion,
but better.
In classic Overlord fashion, she's fucking batshit crazy, which is a theme in this show.
She's a yandere.
Yes, you wanted to put it succinctly. I liked my version, but yes, she is very much a yandere.
Oh, it's basically what you said, just hot.
She's very, very hot. Definitely personality over. I mean, she's very pretty, but her personality is what really takes her up a notch as far as attractiveness, at least for me.
Oh, for sure.
And oh my god, some of the lines that she says, the moments, like she is one of my favorite characters without a doubt in Overlord. Like she is fucking sick. Like it is in both senses of the word sick. It's actually kind of scary. So what do you want to do with our yandere princess over here, Rainier?
She turns me on and terrifies me. That sounds pretty girlfriend material to me.
Yeah. Any thoughts on?
You know, despite my Shaltir bias, I would have no objection to wherever you want to put her.
I mean, I'll put her over Albedo because you're obviously higher on Shaltir. I think she's a more interesting character than Shaltir. I think she's a little less attractive because vampires are hot.
Obviously, vampires are hot.
So, I mean, to me, it's kind of like, because like I said, I think she's like a little more interesting as a character, a little less attractive. I think it's kind of a draw here. So, if you want to give Shaltir the nod, I have no issue with that.
Sure.
All right, and that's also how they were laid
for
out.
The win.
But yeah, I mean, so I think you're going to see a lot of this. Now, with some shows that have a fuck ton of characters, obviously they might go all over the place. But I think you're going to kind of notice that I think a lot of characters are... It's kind of going to be relative to the show to some extent, right? Like, Overlord's a good show. Steins Gate is incredible. So you're going to kind of see this tier. This tier is specifically reserved for just, like, some of the best female characters, some of the hottest female characters. You basically have to be
to the rule.
Both one of the best female characters in anime and one of the hottest female characters. Like, yeah, you're just broken. You if this was a video game, you're banned. Like, you're too good. This shit's fucked up. So, anyways, we have an interesting one. It's
now going off what he just said there. Going off of writing quality, this would probably be on the nope tier.
I mean, it would definitely not be above maybe.
All these characters, they're probably going to be a little all over the place.
Yeah, this one's going to be weird. And I think we
might actually have a debate here.
Yeah, I was going to say, we might run into some disagreements.
We've got 9 characters here.
So right away, I think I want to say, can we agree that no one in Fairy Tail deserves to be above GF material? Just purely on the fact that it's Fairy Tail.
That's such a tragedy. Like, you're bound to the fact you're in such a sus series.
Yeah, I mean, but like that's the thing. Like,
I really thought you would have gone for Mavis in Waifu, honestly. You are a big Mavis simp, man.
I do. Mavis is probably my favorite character in Fairy Tail. And I will say that I will be pushing for her in the highest tier that we allow Fairy Tail characters to be in. However, it's still Fairy Tail.
That is, it is Fairy Tail.
And I think Fairy Tail characters should probably be capped at GF material, because I don't think a Fairy Tail character should be on the same tier as a Steins Gate character. Just morally speaking, I don't think that's okay.
No, I don't think I wouldn't be comfortable with that either.
Yeah, so I think we're working with the bottom 3 tiers here, and I think we're mainly working with GF material and maybe. I think that's where most of these characters are gonna fall.
Yeah, I wouldn't put any of them in the nope category. We aren't like pure trash. Yeah,
that's the thing, right? Like we pretty much like or can at least tolerate these characters. I don't think there's anyone here. Like, I think we have different picks of, like, the girls that we really like in Fairy Tail. There might be some mirroring.
We go back and forth on who we prefer and whatnot, but
yeah.
I wouldn't say it's as far as part as we're likely going to get when we get to something like Ruby or...
That'll be interesting.
Something else.
That's
not...
My
Hero or whatever.
That's for a different section. But yeah, My Hero we will get to in this journey. But you want to run down the list? We got a cat girl here to start.
I can't.
Carla.
No, she's not a cat girl. She's an actual fucking cat in a human
That's
suit.
true. I mean,
I can't call her a cat girl.
no, I'm kind of just kidding here, but you're right. She is literally a
On
cat.
principle, yes, but that form is so hot.
So this is literally what maybe was designed for. Then you have plausible deniability here.
That is genuine struggle material. Because Fairy Tail does have cat girls. There's none on this list, but Carla is literally a cat who can turn into a human.
She spends the majority of the series as a tiny cat.
Yes.
Like, she is rarely like in a, human like cat girl form. But
which really makes it a tragedy, because I actually think that like her human form, I think it's one of the higher designs, honestly, for the girls.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Fairy Tail, if there's one thing Fairy Tail is good at, it's attractive characters, male and female. Like,
oh, that and the music is like the selling point.
Yeah. And even the music, like, later on, because it was so repetitive, even that, like, falls off a little. But the music in the hot characters are definitely two of the good parts of Fairy Tail.
If I could go back a moment to what we said about Steins Gate, I do think that my best boy, probably my best character in the series for the dub, also has Mr. J. Michael Tatum's voice.
Yes, Acnologia and Okabe.
Oh yeah, you know I love that boy.
Both voiced by J. Michael Tatum. Both great performances as well.
Even outside of Okabe, I'd say the thing Acnologia has right there is not only does he have an insane dub voice, I think he's just one of my favorite character designs in general.
Yeah, he's.
I love his look. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Hiro Mashima knows how to make cool-looking characters. Now, of course, he recycles his designs in every series he ever makes, but
I've seen the newest one he has, whatever it's called, like Eden Zero or something. I forgot what it's called.
Eden Zero.
Yeah, like a lot of that's just copy and paste. Like Happy's in it. I think Lozana's in it.
That's like every series that a hero has ever done. But like, the designs are good, but that's all. It also does get ridiculous. But speaking of good designs, what do we think about Miss Urza's Scarlet?
You asking design or overall character as well?
I mean,
you're talking design. That goes in the DF, obviously.
I mean, if we were talking design, it probably goes higher than that. But obviously, this is a collective of factors here, and Urza is
even
interesting.
Then it's kind of debatable.
Urza's interesting because I think she starts off as one of, if not the best character, and then the show keeps going.
You could say that about every character. And then the show keeps going.
To be fair, I think in early Fairy Tail, at least of the main characters, she's the best character.
Well, she also has her own like arc really early on.
Sure.
Above all the others, she gets the most character development. I'd say the quickest of the main. What is it? Trio.
In what I think is one of the best like constructed arcs in the series. I mean, a lot of the earlier ones are up there on that front as well. Common theme here with Fairy Tail, but nonetheless, I mean, again, we're debating between maybe and girlfriend material. I mean,
I wouldn't say we'd go with maybe. I'd say definitely up there with GF.
Sure. For now, yeah. For now, she is queen. But there are more girls. So let's talk about the water wizard, Juvia.
To be honest, I'm not that big on her. You know, she has a running joke of being like the simp for another character in the show, and it's just that throughout the entire series. Like, it never goes away.
Yeah, and the funny thing is that while hers is like probably the strongest, she's not the only one, because among the many things that Hiro does not know how to do, he can. Now, to be fair, most shonen mangaka don't know how to do this, but Hiro struggles to write female characters. What a shocker!
Dun dun dun.
I mean, like I said, I think there's like 2 really well written female characters, and they are like, neither of them are like in any way like main characters. One of them doesn't show up for like well over 100 episodes. So the fuck. And yeah,
The less time he has to write them, the better they are.
Fucking
it really is like Ruby.
So yeah, I mean, we can put Juvia in maybe if you want. I mean, I like Juvia. I think she's hot, but
yeah, I like her, and yeah, she's hot, but there's not much else for me.
Yeah, yeah, I'll put her ahead of the actual
That's
cat.
pretty much it. I feel like I know that Fairy Tail came out first, but I feel like Natsuki Subaru might have been based a little on Juvia.
You're literally just called that was literally just a dramatic way to call Subaru a simp. Like,
obviously, Subaru's a simp.
At that point, you might as well say he's based off of Mordecai. Like, like I feel like Mordecai gets credited for the modern simp more than anyone, anyways.
I mean, he deserves it.
I mean, he is egregious. Like, he is the simp. But speaking of simps, this is a lesser simp, but still a simp. We have the simp of one of your favorite characters in Fairy Tail. We have Levy.
Yep, for sure. The classic bookworm, all that good stuff.
She's petite. She also rocking some blue hair. They got the aesthetic where Gajiel is fucking huge. He's ripped as fuck. He's a big dude. And then Levy is like this tiny little girl, so there's the implication that he just pulverizes her. That's a lovely image that I put in all of your heads. I'm sure some of you like it, though.
Bigger than you've ever been, little girl. There is an actual line in the show.
What's even worse is, I mean, I don't know if this is side topic. This honestly isn't side topic because we're discussing her character, and this is related to her character. But we're going to get into a little bit of, at least for me, I'm going to kind of bust into my first, I'd say, truly spoiler territory. This is early Fairy Tail spoilers. They first meet in the most, like, toxic way to start a relationship. Legitimately, perhaps one of the most toxic relationship starting incidents I have ever seen in anime. And I have seen so much horrible shit in anime. And I've seen some wild things happen as far as couples. But this bro...
Yeah, he crucifies her for a guild dispute.
And not only that, it gets worse. Her clothes are hella fucking ripped. Because that's... Like... If Hero had balls, we would be talking. We would be talking about something more than that. We would be talking about what Gajiel clearly, probably actually did. But again, I didn't write this show.
Well, let's calm down, my boy. I feel like you're talking more about Mr. Gajiel right now than Levy. Come on, he's not a monster.
But this kind of goes into the thing, right? So
I don't know what you want to happen and how you'd write it, but I mean, you know. They wanted him to be a redeemable character.
Well, to be fair, if that's the thing, right? If Gajiel was going to be one of my heroes, I would have went about this in a different way, right? Like, they framed him so much worse than Juvia, who is in a similar situation. She's actually related to this story too, because Juvia and Gajiel are both villains who are redeemed within the same arc, essentially, and continue on as heroic characters in the series. And it's one of those things where Levy was the primary victim of Gajiel doing horrible things and then develops a crush on him. And it's the weirdest Stockholm bullshit that just happens. And there's like no storyline about it. This isn't like...
No, that the whole thing about crucifixion is never brought up again.
Yeah, there's no like deep, like emotional kind of thing with
There's no
Levy.
Psychological imbalance or anything.
Like,
it's just
that's the thing.
Happened, and now we're crushing on each other.
That's the thing, though, right? Like, what I hate about it is I think this is an interesting concept that like she starts having these weird feelings for someone that did something horrible to her. And it's like she has to deal with that, and she has to accept herself. Like, there's so much good shit you could do out of this. Like, it's fucked up, but the story potential is rich. But as with certain other characters that we're also going to discuss from this show, they don't give a fuck. Like, Hiro never gave a shit about anything. I don't want to say anything, but a lot of the interesting story potential that was in this show. But of all the ships, even though this is actually, the funny thing is, I actually think they're really cute together. This is actually one of my favorite ships in the series, because I like Levi, I like Gajiel, and I think I like the look.
So, that's so bad. Like, one of the greatest ships in the show is the one that had the most potential and didn't live up to it at all.
I mean, to be fair, it's kind of insane that he even decided to go in this direction. But if you're gonna go in this direction, you have to address the elephants in the room, and it's relevant because, like, unfortunately, a lot of these girls, girls like Juvia and Levi, a lot of their characters are related to their respective men that they're trying to fuck. So, like, Gray and Gajiel and their dynamics with them are super important because that's like half their characters. So
pretty much, and that's another reason why Urza kind of stands out, because yes, she has a romantic interest in the show, but it doesn't really define her all that much.
It really doesn't. Like, it obviously affects her and it's narratively important, but she is her own woman, I feel like, a lot more than Juvia or Levi. Now, obviously, Levi, it's not as bad as Juvia, but I still think she belongs in maybe because even though she's actually one of my favorite girls, what the fuck?
Now, the next girl is probably even worse.
Yeah, like, you said nobody belongs in Nope, but I think there's a discussion to be had here on this one. Because... Lizana. And this is not her fault. Now, to be fair, this girl is not an interesting character at all.
No, she is not.
But the narrative potential, this is even worse than the Levi thing, because the story was literally written in a way to make this interesting.
I feel like Lizana embodies a lot of what was bad about Fairy Tail, and especially what became the fucking norm by the final arc.
Lizana was the moment...
Am I allowed to spoil?
Everybody, if you're worried about Fairy Tail spoilers, like I said, you skip ahead. You get off the video. I don't think many people here are worried about Fairy Tail spoilers. I think anyone that cares about Fairy Tail has already seen it that's watching this. But if for some reason you're on episode like 30 of Fairy Tail, and you're having a great time, I kind of tend to agree. There's some good moments, but it's not worth over 300 episodes of your life. Lizana, before you go into your rant, I will say really quickly, the Lizana bullshit that happens in this story is kind of the first really egregious moment that Hiro jumps the shark. Pun intended.
Which is ironic, because I feel like when she was first focused on, she had one of the best scenes in this show.
Well, it's one of those things where...
She had a lot of good scenes before she just, became a background character.
Her narrative buildup is one of the best things in the show, and her utilization is one of the worst things in the show. And that's impressive, because Fairy Tail does a lot of things wrong. No offense. But also offense. Go ahead. Go off, King.
So, the biggest thing about Fairy Tail that for me honestly got near unbearable by the end of the series, and I feel like you would agree on this because you got pretty triggered when this happened to Zera, but it's complete unwillingness and inability to ever kill a character off. Lizana is not introduced in the show at present where she's in the guild. For a lot of the show, I think up to 80 episodes?
Yeah, it's close
to... She's a character that is... The whatever arc it was. The
Edalus.
She is Edalus, that's right. She is already dead. She's a character with a tragic as hell backstory, where her brother, completely by accident, killed her in a moment of rage. Yep. And so, for a lot of it, especially for the main character, she is just a very...
And I do want to note that, given the fact that, one, the main character was very close to her when they were younger, and also her brother obviously accidentally killed her, and her older sister is also a very prominent member of the guild and of the show. So, like, there's 3 characters that are, like, deeply affected by these events that are relevant characters in the series, including the main character.
So much so that her sister, which is also on this list, we'll be getting her we'll be getting to her a little later.
Yep.
Is completely the character she is because of what happened to Lizana. Yes, Mira Jane.
Yeah,
I don't remember their last names.
Strauss.
Yeah, we'll talk about them back.
I believe it's Strauss. But
it's
yeah,
kind of impressive you remember that.
Shockingly, I remember weird shit. But yeah, we'll talk about Mira after Lizana.
But yeah, Lizana for a lot of the show is a driving force for many of the characters to protect the people that they have in the show. And then they bring Lizana back. They bring her back. Now, I will say this. Even though they did bring her back in Endless,
this could have been great.
I'm not completely against the idea that she got sucked into Endless.
Yep.
If they either made her more of a character after this arc,
she should have became.
If they kept her stuck in Endless by the end of the arc, I would have been fine with that. That would have been fine. Natsu can have his closure and whatnot, and then she's just gone or whatever. That would have been fine.
With the build-up that Lizana had,
with the build-up she has, you have to.
If you bring her in, she has to become a main character. Like, she should have been
one of the main characters.
It should have become the big 5. Like, she should have been right there with Gray, Urza, Lucy, and Natsu. But
oh hell, just give her as much of a role as Wendy, because even she became like a loose member.
Yeah, Wendy is nearly a main character. Yeah, she's in that range.
But not only is she barely a character, the others barely even interact with her.
She's so irrelevant.
This girl was such a driving force for Natsu, the main character in the show. But by the time she's back, all she is very minor shitbait between her and the other shitbait character that has been there since the start of the series for Natsu.
It's actually
that's pretty much it. She comes back and there's nothing to her, and that really just hits one of the biggest points of Fairy Tail, that what has always been there became so hard to just stomach by the end.
Yeah,
this series has probably the worst case of any kind of like willingness to do tragedy I've ever seen. It's like the complete opposite of Steins Gate. Every time a character dies, they come back in some form or fashion.
Well, I mean,
time.
That was an interesting comparison you made, but I get your point.
By the end of the final arc, if someone isn't a villain, they've come back. If they die in the final arc, they've come back. This is like probably the big thing that makes Urza's arc so like stand out even more. There is a character in it that dies, and they stay dead. They don't come back.
Now, to be fair, the arc ends.
The weight of the loss sinks in.
To be fair, that arc even ends though with a major death fake out. So it's worth noting. It's worth noting that a very major character nearly died.
But for Fairy Tail, you
at
have
that
to take
point.
What you have.
I will say though, at that point, it was not a problem because, and I've talked about this before with reactions on my channel and stuff. There's an art to the fake death, and it's very good in a show if you're gonna play with the idea of death, to establish a death by having a somewhat relevant character die for real. And once you do that, you can kind of establish that, hey, death is a possibility in our universe, so you precondition your audience to accept that. And then you can play with a fake death or two. Now, you have to be careful, because if you do it too much, the audience no longer respects the possibility of it happening, and it loses meaning. Fairy Tail took this to an extreme I've never seen before. Like, Fairy Tail is literally the example of the worst case scenario of this, where they just completely just say fuck you and just everyone dies, but not really.
I am not even fucking kidding here. There is literally a character that dies in an arc that takes place like 100 years in the past or whatever. And in the final arc, though it's not permanent, they come back.
Everyone comes back.
They come back. The big finale moment, which was very impactful, by the way, especially for, the character it retains to, is completely spoiled by the fact that they come back even slightly. When a character dies completely, or is meant to have a permanent death, if they come back outside of a flashback or something, it almost completely nullifies the death scene itself.
Yeah,
because it's not just a flashback. It's not like a driving force. It is them contributing to the story in some way that has to have them be there for it to happen.
And you can look at the footage of our experiences with Fairy Tail. Obviously, I reacted to all of it, Jesus Christ, and Kickass reacted to later Fairy Tail. But you could find footage where they're doing a death scene, and we just don't care because we're like, they're not gonna die, because you condition your audience.
It's not even that bad. Like, even Aquarius, it's like her scene is treated like it is a death scene, but they flat out say she's not gonna die.
So I will, okay. As much as I hate to do this, I will defend Hero a little bit. A lot of this does scream of editor meddling. Like, I don't doubt that Hero probably did want to be a little more
of this many characters.
Well, it kind of just, I think it snowballed. Like, I think it snowballed and then it just became a thing. But I don't know the specifics, obviously. But I definitely don't believe that he intended it to be, like, get to the point where it would become this much of a meme. I'm sure he wanted to do a lot of death fake-outs and probably also wanted to kill some characters for real. But for various reasons, got to keep those sales up, whatever. Whatever was convinced. I get the feeling that is at its core one of the major problems is he's thinking, oh, this might be a good time to kill off X character. He's talked out of it. Well, it's like, okay, what do I do with the scene? And it's just rinse and repeat. And this just goes to the fact that he's, regardless of potential meddling, his creativity is not the greatest when it comes to suspense. His idea of raising tension is kill them, but then not really. So
if it's not a villain, then they're not dead.
Yeah, so this became a fairy tale. This literally just became a fairy tale rant, which I'm not surprised. But the point is that Lizana sucks.
This ain't even the worst it's gonna get.
Oh yeah, the point is, but I feel like a lot of the other rants are gonna actually be more about the character, whereas this one just kind of became a general fairy tale rant. So the thing is, Lizana's
starts at least with Lizana.
I kind of think she might belong here though, because she is the worst written character we've run into so far. It's not even close.
Yeah, with actual depth to her,
And that's the thing. Potential's relevant too, right? Like, it's my biggest issue with Levy is potential. That Lizana's the same thing. The difference
build
is
up
like
and potential and all that. Yeah. It definitely matters. It goes hand in hand.
Do you feel comfortable giving her the Nope treatment? Because we can put her in maybe, but
I feel like okay.
It's also relevant to Fairy Tail, right? Like, part of it is because Fairy Tail is not a great show. Like, I have fond memories of Fairy Tail, but the writing at many points is shit. Sometimes it's good. It's not always shit. There's plenty of parts that I'll defend.
Hell, there's even entire arcs that are good.
Yes. But there are also littered throughout the series. There are very bad creative decisions, and Lizana is among the worst. I mean, we could talk about obviously the fact that the end portion of the series it gets fucking ridiculous in general, like on every front, even the fucking anime.
I know people who are literally at the end and gave up.
Yeah, no, I get it.
They are at the final arc and just quit.
Which is a testament when they've stomached, nearly 300 episodes, 300 episodes
in and you quit.
That's impressive. To be fair, though, to also give Hero a little defense, you know who else quit? Quit the fucking production staff. The production staff read the manga for the end of Fairy Tail, and they were like, "This, why are we adapting this? I got a better idea. Let's move the camera a little bit."
Hell,
And
they even tried to improve some parts of it because the final big bad villain doesn't even have a backstory. Hero never wrote a backstory for him at all. Acnologia's backstory is entirely anime exclusive.
Anyways, Mira Jane's over here. She's kind of cool.
Yeah, she's alright, I guess.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Where do you want to put her against the other girls?
I mean, I wouldn't even care if you put her last, really.
Okay, again, for your plausible deniability, I'll put her here. So let's talk about the kind of main character of Fairy Tail.
Main character.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic, right? Because like,
it's a debate.
The way I like to describe it is Natsu is kind of the main character, and Lucy is kind of almost the protagonist, or or even the narrator, right? So they kind of share that, but it's interesting because
the story is kind of very loosely, but is implied to be told from Lucy's perspective.
There's even missed opportunities with that, but fucking hell, there's missed opportunities in everything.
We'll be here all day if we talk about the missed opportunities of Fairy Tail.
Oh, we're gonna be anyways, but that's besides the point. Like, I think
I know, but do you want to move on to the other series?
Somehow, I think we're already over an hour in.
Well, I doubt that, but
I'm gonna fucking check. We are okay. We're 50 minutes in. We're not that far off.
Seriously?
Yeah. This is and the thing, dude. We breezed we breezed through Steins Gate for 50 minutes in. Dude, we kind of breezed through Overlord. This is literally just us talking about Fairy Tail.
No, we thought we breezed through at Steins Gate. For us, we breezed through it.
Yeah, but this Fairy Tail conversation, we still have more girls, but we're actually getting to. Ironically, the way it was laid out, because so Kickass made all the assets for this, and he, the folders, I downloaded them, and then I made like the tier list and stuff. The actual individual series, like character orders, are alphabetical, and it's funny because I actually think the ones that we're going to be the most positive about are all at the end for Fairy Tail, which is pretty funny. Lucy,
pretty
are we thinking? I assume we're thinking maybe for Lucy, or
go with Geass for Lucy.
Okay,
I like Lucy.
Behind Urza.
Oh, naturally.
Yeah. I like Lucy. She's hot. I think she's a fun character.
Yeah.
Again.
Oh yeah. Actually, she does have a kind of sad backstory. She's probably the one that lost the most people in the show.
Yeah.
That ended up staying dead.
So that kind of adds to the theory that she's the real main character, because the main character is supposed to have the fucked up shit in their stories. So I guess that's something.
It's not quite as wild as Natsu, but yeah, it's pretty tragic.
She also has to actually she isn't,
because she's weak as fuck.
Yeah, I was gonna say, writing wise, she's more of a main character too.
Yeah. Her own power kind of bases around strategy as well. So she is a bit of the smarter fighters in the show. Whereas most of them, it's just scream, think of friendship, and you win by the end.
She is kind of memed for being an idiot, but she's actually, relatively speaking, one of the smarter characters.
No, she's a bookworm.
Yeah. But anyways, now we actually have good characters to talk about.
Now here's an actual intelligent character.
This is, I mean, in multiple senses, one of the smartest characters in the series, without a doubt. That's kind of one of the things that she's known for. We have Mavis Vermilion, which is such a sick name. So even her name wins. There's only 2 Mavises I know in fiction. They're both pretty badass.
I know 2 as well, but I'm not entirely sure if you're thinking of the same one.
Yes, we are. I am talking about the vampire.
Fair enough.
But yeah, I think Mavis is probably the best character in Fairy Tail, personally. She's cute, obviously, but she's a lolly that's 1,000,000 years old. So anime. That's literally the meme. And
she's not that old.
She's old enough.
She's only 150.
She's old enough. And I personally find her arc, which is in the past, and it kind of describes the origins of the guild and everything. I find that to actually be, at the very least, easily one of the best written arcs of the series, regardless of how it's viewed as far as how much it's loved or not. Because for me, it's one of my favorites, but that largely comes from the fact that it's very well written, and it focuses personally on she is the main character of that arc, and she is such a better protagonist than our actual protagonist in the show, in my personal opinion.
Yeah, that arc proved it for real.
Yeah, no, she literally got to.
She has she has an interesting personality. She's in depth. She has a tragic backstory. She has an actual good romance in the series.
Yeah, she has the actual, probably the best ship in the series. I mean, it's certainly,
for real.
It actually has, depth. It's sad. It has, themes, even if they're literally the two most basic themes in fiction. It's fine. We'll take it. Hero, you did it. And even the end of the ship is really good.
I think. As far as the core story, good.
It is literally one of the only redeeming qualities of the final arc is I actually, don't mind how, kind of her story comes to an end.
Oh, no, I actually kind of like it. I feel like it fits
it makes
with
sense.
what they built up.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We could argue one way or another if it was a fitting end for the other character on the other side of it, but at the very least, it was 12 million times more fitting than it was for the other character. And when I speak to that, there's two main villains at the end of Fairy Tail, and Mavis's ending is related to one of them, which is the one that gets a decent ending, at least good enough. And then there's the other one, your boy, voiced by J. Michael Tatum, who gets one of the worst endings I've ever seen in anime. And
seriously,
unlike Kickass, I've watched real shit anime. Kickass has watched maybe some mediocre stuff. Oh, shut the fuck up, bro! Dude, that was your perfect chance to say 7 Deadly Sins, and you fucking hit me with No Game No Life.
See, that's the thing. I don't like it so much. I would never have thought of that. I don't even care anymore.
He literally forgot that it existed.
I've subconsciously just.
See, that's the thing. You don't know. I've seen anime that would make Fairy Tail look good. I've seen anime that would make all this shit look good. I've seen anime that's just atrocious.
What, like My Hero?
God fucking damn it. You just the zingers left and right. Honestly though, if you're gonna take shots, I'd rather you take shots at My Hero than No Game No Life. I fucking love No Game No Life. Everyone knows it
I know
too.
You do. I'll have to rewatch it at some point.
But it is one of those things where that doesn't change the fact that Agnologia gets done so dirty it's ridiculous, whereas Zareth has an ending associated with Mavis that is actually good enough.
The reason it's good is because of the pre-established rules, it makes sense that it can happen.
Yes.
I feel like these kind of characters, their main theme of how they kill them, it's always kind of a complex thing. It's always a kind of thing where, you're never sure how they're going to do it. But I feel like he actually kind of paid it off pretty well with how he ended up writing Zareth and Mavis' story to a conclusion.
It feels
Analogia, though, was a complete contradictory that literally every rule he established with that character. It's not even funny.
Well, that's the thing, right? The difference is it feels like Mavis and Zareth was largely planned out, and he at the very least had a decent idea of what he wanted to do, whereas Agnologia, he had no clue.
Yeah.
But the point is, that is my point, to kind of get back on track. The point is that Mavis has a fleshed out story. She is a fun character. She's cute. She's one of the smartest characters in the series. She really checks all the boxes, at least for me, of being really cool. I think she's the best character in Fairy Tail. There's a few other characters I could make an argument for, including the girl up next, but I do think Mavis deserves to be at the top of Fairy Tail.
Yep.
In a perfect world, she'd potentially be a waifu, but she gets penalized by being in Fairy Tail.
Man, if we're going down that route, we're never going to get another waifu.
No, I mean, there's very few shows that are going to get penalized like that. Like Fairy Tail is special.
It's infamous.
I literally don't think I'm going to do this for any other series, but I think okay, there might be, I actually could think of one more that might fall in the same category. There's a certain
you got me hyped.
There's a certain girl that I don't think you're actually going to make an argument for her that high. But yeah, if you, just in case you did, there's a certain, I'd have to slap you, but I don't think you will. Anyways, Altier's here. She's a character that exists. She's actually one of the best characters in Fairy Tail. But I understand why you forgot. It is Fairy Tail.
I mean, she was out by like the halfway point.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why she's one of the best characters in Fairy Tail.
Oh, but guess what? Her story ended, but the final arc brought her back.
I fucking hate this show. I mean, that's enough to put her below Mavis for sure.
That's like the theme of the final arc is Psyche.
But man, like she has a great story, I think, beginning, middle, end, but not true end. And
if I remember right, I think her ending was a little just kind of awkwardly placed because I think it was in the middle of a bunch of fillers. It was like right after the GMG arc or something.
Well, yeah, it's she kind of gets like a little epilogue because obviously, like, really her kind of climactic final moment happens within the Grand Magic Games near the end of the Grand Magic Games arc, or the Eclipse Skater, whatever. The second half of GMG that takes place within the actual second anime series of Fairy Tail.
Yeah,
and it's I think one of the coolest moments in the series. I always remember it for a couple reasons because probably one of the best, certainly one of the most famous openings of Fairy Tail is Strike Back, and I always remember there's this one moment. I prefer
Rock City Boy, but that might be a second for me.
I prefer Rock City Boy 2, to be fair. I think Rock City Boy is goated. I think Strike Back's a little overrated, but Strike Back is a great song. I think Strike Back is a little more iconic, though, for Fairy Tail.
It's one of those rare anime songs I'd listen to the English cover for.
Yeah, and the thing with Strike Back is there's this moment where, it's so good, and there's the pan, and they're showing the clock. And the clock is ticking, and it's just, like, shaking, and it's almost going backwards, and when you know what that means, it's, like, so fucking cool. And I always think of Altier anytime I see that, and she's fucking great. But, yeah, she was well written, yeah, for the most part, and she has like one of the coolest like endings for the most part. And then she came back. Yep, it's just the same thing. I think she's
before, and then it keeps going.
She's honestly mommy material, but that means she belongs here, in my opinion. But if you
I don't know if I put her above Urza, but I guess if you want to.
She can go here. Wendy, I already know she's going to be in G-Up material, because I know how you feel about the little girl here.
Oh, please. You just defended Mavis for, like, half hour.
See, at least Mavis is, like, 20 million, whereas this girl's, like, barely legal in, like, technicalities. And those are a lot harder technicalities. But the point is here...
if we're being technical, if you want to be
technical... wait. No. Let me roast you for this blue-haired girl. You can roast me later for another blue-haired girl.
I'm actually not sure which one you're on about. Oh, wait, yeah, I am. What the fuck am I talking about?
What the fuck?
That came to me like a truck the second I said it.
Yeah, I was like really disappointed for half a second there.
I just didn't remember her hair was blue. I thought it was like purplish.
I mean, it's not the same. It's a much lighter blue, but anyways.
Yeah.
Wendy. What do you got to say about Wendy?
She's cute.
Yeah. I enjoy her. She's fun. I assume you want to put her
in one of the rare characters in the show that actually has to kind of grow, not only as a character, but in terms of an asset as well. I do like her journey of actually, at the start, she is pretty much a little girl who has pretty much nothing going for her. Well, but the more she spends with Fairy Tail and the more she ends up growing, she actually becomes a pretty strong asset to the team. Especially by the end.
it is something this simple, but they give her
Now,
the
I'd say my favorite arc in Fairy Tail is the Tartarus arc. She actually has one of the best. I'd say she has one. That's probably her best scene in the show. Honestly, is when she actually gets in that one.
With Wendy, it's so simple, but the handicap they give her that makes her interesting and makes her have to fight from underneath is simply the fact that she's younger. And it's such a simple thing, but it's used relatively effectively for the most part. And it's as basic as it is, it works for her. And I think it gives her an interesting dynamic with the other like main characters and the other people she interacts with. She's like the kid, even though, you know, pretty much all of the main characters are relatively young. They still kind of look at her as the junior. She's the kid. She, you know, almost to some extent, you know, especially early on, it's like, oh, she's someone to protect. And obviously
she's pretty much like the kind, innocent soul that doesn't really like fighting, but is in a battle shonen, so she has to end up fighting in the end.
And you actually get to see, like, you know, development both as a character and as a combatant, and it's cool.
Yeah.
I think that's enough to get her in GF material. I don't know where you want to put her on the...
Yeah, that's fine.
More specifically, though?
We put her above Lucy, I guess.
Sure. Thank
Alright, this is a fun one.
Thank fucking God. Now we can take, like, 3 minutes on Yu-Gi-Oh! Because I don't... actually, it'll probably take a lot longer than that. But thank fucking God we're done with Fairy Tail. Fucking hell. Okay, I want to make... do we do the joke? Does the joke...
You didn't even let me rant about it yet, but sure. She is going in fucking no, because she is the most fucking useless character I think I've ever seen in a show.
The worst part...
Oh my fucking God. She doesn't even exist as like just a recap for fans. Fans are smart enough to know what happens. This girl is just fucking brain dead throughout the entire show.
The funniest thing is, I believe she is technically undefeated in duels.
But the worst part is that all her duels have like the most brain dead moments in them. Even like Joey, who they try and depict as the underdog. In one of her games, she literally cannot remember what a card does, despite the fact it has fucking text on it. And I know that we see the dub, so it's not there for us, but it's there in the sub. And in her next game, and I think thankfully her final one, she does like the biggest hacks I think I've ever seen in the show, and that's saying a lot, because she literally fucking steals a card from an inactive player's deck to net the win.
Better win rate than Yugi.
I mean... yeah, she is the only undefeated in the entire series, and that is so fucking dumb. But in every single game, every cut, she is there just to explain to the audience what just happened. What we just saw 3 minutes ago. Sometimes not even that. She is an expedition dump without being one. Because she always is lost in a game. Oh my God, Taya. She's not even that hot either. So there's nothing going for her at all. I can't think of anything redeemable about her.
Oh man. Yeah, I don't really have much else to say.
Brown-haired girl just being nothing.
I don't really have much else to say. I think that was well, not self-explanatory, but I think Kickass did the job there.
She is the hard nope. Put her above Lasana. She is the hard nope.
All right. Yeah, I pretty much agree. I mean, I don't know, like, I don't hate Taya, but, like, she is pointless, so, like, I don't have any real, like,
argument. She just annoys me, because she always calls this expedition that anyone who's watching can already figure out.
Yeah.
So, yeah. The other two, though, Alexis I actually really like. She'd go in GF for me. Yeah,
I don't think she quite hits waifu, but I definitely think she's a good one. She's one of the now this isn't a high bar, to be fair. She's one of the best girls in the collective like Yu-Gi-Oh verse, like throughout all of the series. Now obviously Kickass has seen 1+ a good amount, you know, of the second. So there's a lot there, and I haven't seen them all either because now there's like fucking 8 of them at this point or some shit. Now I don't even know how many there are. But she's probably, as far as major girls, in my opinion, the second best one in all of Yu-Gi-Oh, like all collectively, as far as major girls go.
And that is so bad because she's the second series out of what, like 8, 9 by this point.
I mean, to be fair, I think most people though like don't care about later series anyways. So,
yeah, that's fair.
I like obviously like there are some cool girls scattered throughout, but I think there's a definitive number 1 that's not even close, and then I think Alexis is probably the solid number 2. But obviously the definitive number 1 is not from the first 2 series, at least in my opinion. So we will not be talking about her. So let's talk about My Valentine. Maybe
by contrary to Taya, she's less annoying, but she has 0 wins.
She is hot though.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's a maybe for me.
Yeah, personality wise, I mean, if you're into that type, she's cool, but it is a type that is a bit interesting. Yeah, that's Yu-Gi-Oh. I mean, at least what based on what Kickass seen, I've seen like I've seen a lot of different Yu-Gi-Oh shit. Including
you've seen up to Arc 5, haven't you?
Well, I've never finished Zexal though.
Ah, yes, of course.
So yeah, I've seen 1, 2, 3, some of 4, enough to at least know the main girl, and then 5. Yeah, that is the deal. And I like all of them except for Zexal, but I still need to go back and actually watch that one day. So, you know, maybe one day I'll change my tune on Zexal. Maybe it gets better. To be fair, Arc 5 is slow as fuck early on, but like it gets good, and like it gets good, and even the ending's kind of iffy, but like that fucking middle to like almost end portion is some of the best Yu-Gi-Oh stuff. Anyways, we have One Punch Man. We have a pair of sisters. We got this. We got the green sisters, and then we're about to get to the fucking Aryan blondes over here. Although I guess one of them is not blue eyes. But anyways, we got the older sister.
She's not the older one.
Oh yeah, fucking hell, you're right. Oh man, I got jabaited. The classic jabait. I got Fubuki. Let me correct myself. I got Fubuki here.
Oh my god, I like Fubuki. She's got that inferiority complex down because she's pretty much seen as the inferior version of her much hotter sister, the Tornado of Terror. You know, she's got that there. Starts out as as pretty much kind of a villain, just threatening death to any hero below her that doesn't really follow her and whatnot. Sure. Even though, again, she's in the shadow of a much more powerful goddess.
That kind of sounds like someone else on this list.
We'll get there. Anyway, yeah, I really like Fubuki. Yeah. Her story very clearly isn't done yet, and I'm curious to see where it goes.
Yeah, I mean, I think she has waifu potential. But speaking of waifu potential, I mean, it has to be, right?
By contrary with Tatsumaki, we don't know pretty much anything about her.
I think she's
you put her in that waifu list.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, like, we have our story kind of with Fubuki, but we have nothing yet on Tatsumaki whatsoever.
Yeah, the girl...
She is just the impossibly powerful girl that looks like a 12-year-old that's actually a 28-year-old.
I love anime!
She's absurdly powerful, you know, and you just want her to crush you.
She has an ass,
especially step on you.
Yes, sir.
Sit on you.
Oh, but yeah, any of the above. All of the above.
Yeah.
Kickass, we're gonna show off your impeccable Japanese skills. Can you tell me what Tatsumaki means in English?
Nope.
It literally means tornado.
Oh, that's sick.
It's literally the same name. Like, she has the same name twice. It's that stupid. So shout outs to one.
Tornado of tornadoes of terror.
Yes, she is literally the tornado because she's so good that she'll spin you around twice. And then you end up looking right back at her. So it's a win. She's great. She's probably, like, out of all the characters that will probably end up on waifu, in a weird way, I think it's one of the probably less justifiable ones, but at the same time, it's like, it's Satsumaki. And if you disagree, you're wrong.
It's just one of the characters, but yeah, literally, if you just agree, you're wrong.
Like, it's one of those things, and like...
Even if you don't like the stereotype, like, the archetype, you're wrong.
Like, here's the thing. One doesn't like to write women. You know, I've watched One Punch Man, I've watched Mob Psycho 100.
Really?
He
just
doesn't really like to write women, but one is one of the goats. He's so fucking good. So when he actually gives a woman, like, screen time and a great fucking design, you have to simp for her. That's the rule.
And even if he doesn't like it, he's still pretty good at it.
Yeah. He's one of those that, like, barely ever does women. Like, there's a few of the goat mangaka, like, write like 90% men, but, like, so you have to simp any of the girls, or in the case of one of them, the guys who look a hell of a lot like fucking girls, but that's also not for today's tier list. And speaking of blondes, yeah, you know, Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood, aka the Blonde Brigade.
Pretty much, yeah.
Bro,
do Americans believe in blondes that don't have blue eyes?
I think it's time for some disagreements.
All right, go.
Because I think these first two are both waifu tier.
Wow, damn! Talk about that Winry hate.
I think Winry is probably GF. But
I'm starting to notice a bit of a pattern for you. You go more for, like, those strict, like, dummy mummy kind of people, but you aren't as into, like, the kind, reassuring, like, kind of classic girlfriend that, like, doesn't push you too far, is generally supportive. Like, I've kind of noticed that a little bit. I know that, you know, you have characters like Mayuri and Waifu, but, like, you know, exceptions and whatnot.
I think we'll see as we get, because, like, that is my reputation, obviously. I think we'll see as we get deeper in how true that is, but I think it's more. I don't necessarily think it's any degree of anti that. I think it's more just the pro, like, step on me, mommy. But, like, you
have, like, a really big kink for that kind of stuff.
So obviously, Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood's a really interesting show. I think these are two of the best characters, Olivier and Riza. I'm a huge fan of Mustang. I think Colonel Mustang's fucking insane. He's like, so badass.
All the characters are goated. All of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great show. Like, so Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood is a little like Steins Gate in the sense that it doesn't really do anything wrong. Like, it kind of does everything right. Like, I like Steins Gate more, but it's kind of like, do you like chocolate ice cream? Do you like vanilla ice cream? They're both great, but what do you prefer? Like, different tastes for different people. Like, I prefer Steins Gate over Fullmetal, but if someone said if Brotherhood's their favorite anime, I'd be like, that makes sense.
Did you make the vanilla chocolate comparison because they're all blondes?
I mean, I guess the vanilla part of that makes sense, kind of. Regardless, Sure. Banana ice cream. There you go. That's even more blonde. Anyone's had that before? I don't actually know if I was literally going to say I don't think I have either. But I have seen it before. But
delicious.
Regardless, I think if you wanted to argue for all three, like, I think Winry's a great character. I don't think she's one of the strongest characters.
I wouldn't put Winry at the top.
So
I'd say
agree.
She's probably third for these three.
I like I said, I think Riza and Armstrong are two of the best characters in the show, and I think they're Armstrong. I mean, like, what the fuck? Like, people have to be reminded. Fullmetal Alchemist is a manga that was drawn by a woman. Why the fuck is a woman drawing another woman like Olivier Mira Armstrong? Like, that shit is like a crime. Like,
she's based.
Apparently, what those lips are in, those lips make her a waifu by itself, and that's not even getting into the fact.
My God. Those lips, my God.
And then you got the great fucking one side hair fade. She's hot. Then you hear her talk. Then you watch her do anything. Then you see that she's wielding a really long sword. And I'm not talking about the one at her hip. And it's game over. It's GG's. Like, it's just GG's.
Pretty much, yeah.
Like, and any girl that would get really mad that she's not higher on this list also probably deserves to be pretty high. I also think Hawkeye also deserves to be a waifu. I would put Olivier over Hawkeye just because of those lips and because she would probably hurt me worse. But those Hawkeye
lips, man.
Now, I like Mustang more than Hawkeye, but that's the dynamic duo, man. Like, that pair is just, you can't have one without the other.
Perfect.
And in late Full Metal, like when Mustang fucking goes ape shit, which is like a contender for the best part of the... Oh! I get chills thinking about it. And like Hawkeye and what she does in that scene, and like obviously, Hawkeye, she's been through a lot. Like, oh, so good. I think they're two of the better characters we've run into so far. I think they both deserve waifu tier. And I think, like I said, they're two of the best characters in Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood.
Even though no man would ever get Olivia,
No. She's one. I don't know if a woman would, but I think only a woman would have a sliver's chance of taking that giant sword, because she's definitely gay. Anyways,
all right, now Asuna.
Okay, this one's interesting because if the last arc of season 2, so again, okay, so another clarification.
Both of us are only halfway through.
But I have seen the film.
Yes, you have seen.
I have seen Ordinal Scale. That is the only difference between our viewing experiences of SAO. I guess besides the fact, I don't know, you've watched SAO twice, I think, actually, but I think I've watched it maybe more than that. I hate myself.
I think I've seen it 3 times.
Oh God, I think we've seen it the same amount of times then. That's kind of horrible. That's pathetic. So SAO is not a good show. I'm just gonna come out with it. Like, again, I actually love the first episode of SAO. I love the setup.
What a great compliment.
That's about it. Like
I like it a little more than you do, but overall, I will attest that it is not the greatest thing ever, and I will admit that the second arc is pretty boring.
I think the first arc is overrated, but it's like weirdly, like it's kind of overrated, as strange as that is. But I think it's fine. It's not awful until the end. I think the end of the first arc, we would talk about awful, right? We talked about Fairy Tail and some how bad the end of Fairy Tail is. The end of the first arc of SAO,
it's like the writer tried to write like a Steins Gate character, but had the experiences of Fairy Tail writer.
Oh my God, oh my God, that is such a fucking. Oh, you're so right. The boy, I always forget his name, but the boy, like
Kayaba or something.
Yeah, it's something close to that. Is such a Steins Gate character, but like not good. Holy shit, that is such a great description. Yeah, Reki Kawahara is the creator of SAO, is a weird guy, and I respect that. And I respect how much money he's made from Sword Art Online. But that's about it.
Did he ever intend for it to go beyond like the core arc?
Well, it is interesting.
Based on that ending, I really got to question that.
Well, it's interesting because Sword Art Online started as an essay project. And then years later, so like he wrote it was like a short story, like essay thing. And then years that were like won an award or something, whatever. And then years later, he turned it into a full like LN. And the story is, I think that like he had that general idea. And what's so strange about SAO is he had seemingly every intention to keep going. And yet at the same time, he built up a story that had the potential to go a lot longer, regardless of whether it would have been good or not. there was no reason to set up this narrative and end it so quickly and then enter this weird era of SAO, which is most of SAO after the first arc, where you're in this weird era of the series where the entire point of the series is already over, but the series just keeps going and it finds ways to be somewhat similar to what the first arc was. It's really strange. It's
pretty much best description you can give a story like this.
It's one of the weirdest things I've ever seen in fiction. Like, it's the main story ends after one core, but then it just keeps going and going and going.
Yeah, it's like you have a premise here that could very easily last, like, you know,
as long as so much so that we're getting progressive, which is I believe you know what progressive is, but progressive is a adaptation of Sword Art Online that is being turned into like a film series, and it's basically a reimagining of SAO with Asuna as the main character, pretty much. Yeah, Asuna takes over the main character role, and it's meant to be like it takes the kind of it a lot slower, and it basically just does a retelling of the series.
That does give me hope, because Asuna is a better character than Kirito.
Oh god. Honestly, Asuna gets docked points for liking him. But then again, so does the next girl, and so does every girl in Sword Art Online. Jesus
I don't even
Christ.
remember why she likes him. He's that fucking nothing.
He's literally like the idea. You'll appreciate this as a bit of a fanfic guy yourself. Kirito is like the definition of like self-insert MC that is like super smart, super powerful, does everything well. Like, is the classic
nothing wrong, like
power fantasy like MC. That's like that main character that is there for you to insert yourself into and be like, this is my fantasy. Like,
this is my story.
Right. And I mean, it works for the show, at least from a monetary sense, popularity sense. Not that I think that many people care about SAO anymore. I probably am wrong, though, honestly. But this was a phenomenon when it came out. I remember when it came out. I watched it when it came out. I was in high school.
It's a weird thing. Because it's like, you have a premise that can easily last a good 100 episodes if you really want to flesh it out. You stop it early on, end it, and then you start a new arc. But by that point, by the end of season 2, all of the content of season 1 is available in season 2.
Yeah. And
it's just this weird paradox where it's like, I guess he just started the next story and then thought, okay, this fucking sucks, need to bring back the original. And it just goes into like this weird hybrid.
Yeah. But before we pass final judgment, I do have to confess something. Sword Art Online is very bad. And then the last arc of season 2 happens. And the last arc of season 2 is magically fucking great. So it's really funny.
It's probably good because it's nothing like the other arcs.
When I originally watched...
No, you know why it's good? Kirito ain't in it.
We'll get to this. I will go over this, because this is going to talk about Asuna. This does double back to Asuna. The last arc of SAO, when I originally watched it, years ago, when season 2 came out, or whenever I watched it the first time, I thought that was the best arc of... I was about to say Fairy Tail. Fucking hell. That was the best arc of SAO. I didn't think it was good when I first watched it, but I thought that was better than everything else. Okay. A while back, I rewatched season 2 of SAO with a friend. At this point, that was a fucking long time ago. But when I did, I got to this arc, and I was like, it's gonna be the best arc. It might not be good, but it's gonna be the best arc. And we both watched it. He had never seen it, and I'd seen it before. And we both came to the same realization that this shit fucking slaps. This is great. This is unironically great. Like, this is, like, actually good to the point to where I legitimately, if this consistent YouTuber thing keeps going and I ever get to the point where I actually feel tempted to make like actual reviews, one of the review video topics that I've thought about is a video with a title something like "That One Time That Sword Art Online Was Actually Good" or something like that. Because like, I really want to discuss this arc one day in a video essay format or something, because I think it's fucking great and it has no reason being good. And even the anime like direction is good. It's so fucking weird. It is like Reki Kawahara just woke up on the right side of the bed and learned how to write for a while. And then I've seen Ordinal Scale, and Ordinal Scale, it's still better in my opinion than most of the series, but I don't think it's very good. And who knows?
No.
Maybe
you do realize
Alicization.
I gotta watch this at some point.
Yeah, I
right?
know.
You might
I
want
know.
to try hyping it up at least a little.
I still have a little bit of hope for Alicization, but Alicization's so all or nothing, because if it's bad, it's literally as long as the rest of the series. So, like, I really hope it's watchable. It doesn't even have to be good. Just be better than the other arcs besides Mother's Rosario, and I'd be happy. But the point is Asuna is just a good main character. Like, I don't think she's very good as a secondary character. I mean, part of that is just Kirito being garbage. But she actually, her character archetype and like the way she's written and like her kind of flaws and what she has to overcome actually makes a lot of sense as a main character, whereas Kirito doesn't have flaws. Kirito, I feel like, would only make the only way Kirito could make sense is if he was like the villain. Like, he doesn't make sense as any other, and even then he probably wouldn't be compelling.
That actually sounds like a pretty cool premise.
It's like, yeah, like a world, because that's the ironic thing is Kirito and Asuna represent light and darkness, black and white. So it's ironic that they have that aesthetic, but they become like lovers, and they're like, best friends, lovers, whatever, because aesthetically you would think that it's the hero and the villain, but that's not what it is at all. And that would be a lot more interesting. Hey, can we get some like weird forbidden romance like bullshit? Because you know it's Reki Kawahara. He's gonna put weird shit in it. I respect him for doing like a main character ship really early in the show. You almost never see that in fiction. I respect the balls to do that. It was cool. But fuck, Kirito sucks. And Asuna, the fact that you fell in love with him is the thing that's going to keep you, I think, out of GF material.
Yeah, that does make sense. Horrible, horrible taste in partner.
And honestly,
while Asuna might be good as a central focus, she's just not the central focus of the series.
And honestly,
it is Kirito.
Now I guess
I'm terrified on how much time she'll actually have in season or I guess just the Alicization arc in general.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't fucking know. And this is where it's interesting, because
you're talking about, it's like 6 episodes of 50 at that point.
Fucking hell. And now we have the other girl who, I
like more than Asuna. Sinon.
Now, again, I think she's an interesting character. Again, the writing of Gun Gale Online, or what is the actual fucking arc name? Bullet Dance? No, I don't fucking know. GGO. The GGO arc is it's Phantom Bullet, I think is what it's called. But GGO is not very good in my opinion. What a shocker. In my personal opinion,
it's the most whack arc of the show at that point.
Yeah, it is so far off from like it's just
silly. It's just the silliest arc.
It's like weird because like I understand why Reki Kawahara thought this would be interesting. Like I get the problem is like it just doesn't. It's just so like out there from where we started, and it's just so. It's like he's trying way too hard to still be doing SAO. When like SAO, I know it's the namesake of the show, but SAO ended halfway through season 1. And it's like, we're really, like, if there's one thing I could respect about the second half of season 1, is while it does have narrative ties to SAO, it doesn't really feel like SAO, like, again. Whereas, like, GGO feels like it's really trying hard to just be SAO again. but like in the weirdest way possible.
Again, even more absurd in it
Yeah,
because
it
just tries to be like, I don't even know. It's just a weird series. I like the arc more than I honestly like SAO. But the more you think about it, it is just a really silly premise.
Yeah. And here's what I gotta say.
And they go against the fundamental rules of the arc.
Sinon, she's a cool girl. She's badass. Her design is totally not she's got a sick design that's totally not a ripoff of a really famous anime girl that you've actually met now. She's like sick. She's got a giant ass sniper rifle. She wears no clothes. That's awesome. Oh, she's like probably a lesbian because she falls in love with a girl. Oh, wait, it's Kirito! Woo! And then she's still in love with him for some reason. Woo! and then this motherfucker, I'm sorry, this isn't even about Asuna and Sinon, but I just can't help it. This motherfucker just stares at her ass.
Can you blame him?
I mean,
have you seen it yourself?
But he's engaged! Dude,
wait, was he engaged?
Right? Like, I mean, I don't know how it works in the real world, but they got engaged in SAO. Or did they fucking get married? No, they got engaged, right?
In SAO, they were actually married in the game.
They were fucking married. It's even worse. And I think they still have the rings, too, in, like, the real world. Or they got rings or whatever.
That's
I might be
cringe.
That's the thing, right? Like, yes, that is so cringe. But you know what? Honestly, in the context of the game, it makes sense. In the context of the first arc, it's like it's understandable.
Dude,
but...
I completely forgot.
No,
I'm not even talking about Asuna. I completely forgot he was a girl in that arc.
Yeah, because it was like a female like body design. So that's the thing. He's like a femboy, basically.
He had like a female avatar for some reason. I don't think it's even explained why. It's just a random avatar they give.
Yeah, and it's never actually like full. It's kept in the dark, so you don't actually fully know if he has like a cock or a vagina. And I think they do that just because it's funny and it's like, I don't know, like a fan art, go lore, like have fun. Take your pick, I guess. Yeah. Is he gender bent or is he just a trap? Like, I don't know. But that's the thing. His entire relationship with Sinon is built on the fact that Sinon mistakes him for a girl, and Sinon's like, oh, well, this is a gun game, so of course it's like 99% dudes. It's a sausage fest. And she's like, oh, a fellow girl. I should help her out. That's like, you know, feminine, whatever. Like, she's trying to be cool because she's like, oh, it's cool to see another girl. I love that. And then it's like, bro lies. Except he doesn't say that until like 2 episodes later.
Only when she starts stripping down.
Fucking hell.
Does he actually bring it up?
The worst part is he potentially could have kept going. Because he might have had female... He probably did have female genitalia. Like, this is so stupid. What are we talking about?
That he was tempted. Like, really.
Married, by the way. Or again,
not
I don't
even
know.
That. You had guys like pining over the body and wanting to buy the body. I remember that.
Okay, that actually is kind of funny. But
yeah, I'm just saying. I'm not.
Yeah. Yes, it's like a major plot point in the early part of GGO, though. It is like literally a driving force of the plot. That's how stupid it is, though. And
the whole purpose is like a gender bent cosplayer just breezes through a gun game with a lightsaber.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Don't even say.
That doesn't sound like the biggest fanfic self-insert you've ever heard before.
He literally turned his story into Star Wars.
Like, it's even the same sound effect.
Yeah, I know, right? It is actually Star Wars. He's even got the purple lightsaber, which where you are in Star Wars, you haven't seen. But there's literally only one character in all of Star Wars that ever has a purple lightsaber. And George Lucas gave this character a purple lightsaber because he asked for it. And George Lucas was like, sure, because like it's a really legendary actor that plays this character. Cool. It's like, fuck it, why not? And so like, of course, it's that color. Like if it was green or blue, it'd be like, okay, green or blue, those are the two main colors. or even red. Like, fuck, actually, red would probably be the most fitting for Kirito. But, like, nah, he gets purple. Like, the most, like, badass lightsaber
because
color.
he is the most badass, ultimate, like, GG gamer ever. Like, he's never lost. Dude, the only time he ever lost was when someone had literal hacks on.
Fucking hell.
And even then, he almost won.
This is unrelated, but we're just ranting on SAO. I'm getting it all out of my system. Kirito, his nickname is the Black Swordsman, which is the nickname which is literally stolen from one of, if not the most famous manga of all time, certainly one of the most influential manga of all time. The main character of that goated series, Berserk, Guts, if Berserk, of course, being the manga, Guts being the character, is the Black Swordsman. Kirito's nickname is stolen from one of the most iconic and legendary manga characters of all time. Rest in peace to Miura, by the way. Fortunately, he died way too soon, the mangaka of Berserk. But, like, as someone who has read a lot of Berserk, that is just one of the most offensive things I've ever seen. Berserk's amazing. I'm sure a lot of you know that. But it's just, like, SAO just finds those stupidest ways to piss me off. Even fucking nicknames piss me off. The fucking... like, Kirito does all this bullshit. The point is, to get this back on track, Sinon basically likes him because he's a girl, finds out he lied to her, somehow, like, pseudo falls in love with him, kinda. It's, like, unclear. And then in classic SAO fashion, by the end of this shit, he ends up saving her from getting sexually assaulted, because that's what happens with, like, every girl. Like, basically. It's the dumbest thing ever.
Every fucking girl.
Yes! There is literally, like, multiple cases of Kirito saving people from sexual assault in the show. I'm not even joking. I wish I was joking. This is literally a running gag.
It's like the main theme of every girl.
Yes! It is like, because he's the White Knight, despite being the Black Swordsman. Fuck you. Fuck you. I hate this show. When I talk about it, I actually get madder, but it is kind of funny at the same time. But the point is then after that, like, oh god, and this is a knock on both of these girls. There's a point there's a little, like, a side arc that happens after Gun Gale and before Mother's Rosario, the Excalibur arc. It's like 3 episodes. Yeah. There's a moment in this arc where he just, like, blatantly hits on Sinon and grabs her, like, tail, because she's a cat girl now in this world, and like ass right in front of Asuna, the girl that he's married to. Again, he's probably not legally in the real world. Fuck, who cares? It's the just most egregious thing, and he just gets away with it. And it's like, why the fuck are all you bitches letting him get away with it? This guy is a literal asshole, and you're just part of his harem. You just accept it. It's like, it would be funny if this was like a shitty, like, ecchi harem show. It would be kind of funny. Just because it's like, that's the fucking joke. No, that's not what this show is. I mean, maybe it is. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, it basically is by that point.
So Sinon is hot as shit. At least until she gets her, like, Alfheim design. And,
how ironic. You don't like the new Catgirl design.
Yeah. Usually Catgirls makes things better. Not in this case. And she's actually really cute in real life as well. And she's actually kind of a cool character, but I don't want to put her in GF material. If you want her to be ahead of Asuna, I don't care. Even though I would say Asuna myself. I will say Sinon's hotter. At least GGO Sinon is hotter than any Asuna. But, I think she goes here.
Fair enough.
Fuck you. And a lot of this is Kirito's fault. But I mean, like, it's their fault for enabling this jackass, so. Fucking hell. It's Reki Kawahara's fault for writing a shit series, but fuck you.
I have to ask, that is 2 very small series we've gone past since Fairy Tail. What is the time at now? Because that was like 50 when we finished Fairy Tail.
144. Okay. We have good shit coming up. Like, this is a run of good shit, and then we have a series that'll be probably a little.
All right, yeah, that's when the coat's coming off. That's
okay.
when
Here
we're
we go.
getting
Here we go. Here we go. You know, honestly, I'm kind of tempted to put all three of these in waifu, to be honest.
Wow, that's
So Darkness is my favorite. Who is your favorite of the three?
It's kind of a hard call, honestly. I like all of them.
Yeah, I have figures of two of them, and I will have a figure of the third eventually.
Yeah, damn, I guess
they're really close, but like there's like we can't put them all in GF. Like they gotta be. I think they all have to be in waifu. I think they're great, and they're hard to pick from.
I mean, it is the thing. It's a comedy series. Like, of course, they're all like these. They're all lovable, funny characters to see and whatnot, you know. But like, yeah,
they're good characters though, and it's a good comedy series.
Yeah, it is a pretty good comedy series, but
I think,
yeah,
like I said, I
don't really feel
Megaman's
like
really close to Darkness.
Much from them. So if you want to put one in waifu, I guess you got to put all three because I don't really.
Yeah, I think they're all really close
on them that much.
Like honestly, all four of the main characters are really close because Kazuma's amazing
much
too.
The same for me.
Yeah, I mean they have different traits, they have different kind of vibes, but I just think like. Yeah, I mean, KonoSuba is, like, one of just the most, like, fun experiences in anime. It's just such a joy to watch. Season 3 coming. I'm not entirely sure when. Obviously, the Megaman series happened. I still have to watch the movie. You've seen the movie, I haven't. But the Megaman series is out, so, like, I'm waiting. Once we get, like, once Season 3 creeps up, I'm planning to do the trifecta. The movie, the spin-off, and Season 3 in succession. I'm really looking forward to that, so... Hopefully season 3 actually comes here soon-ish, because I'm actually really, really excited to watch KonoSuba, and I need a fucking excuse to watch that goddamn movie, because that's one of the movies that I've been waiting to watch for like a million years, because I just haven't watched it for some reason.
It's pretty good. I'll definitely attest to that. It's pretty good.
Can you decide on a favorite?
I honestly don't know. I feel like if I said one, I'd go to the other at some point. Like I said, they're all just kind of like up there with me.
I'm like, honestly, I'm not even gonna lie. I think Mega Man's gonna pass Darkness at some point for me. I fucking love Mega Man. I'm not gonna lie. I love Darkness, but Mega Man's so good.
That's like the most standard response you could give in a for a KonoSuba fan. Like, yeah, you just love Mega Man. That's just like the rule.
Yeah, it's like I love Darkness. She is my favorite, but I am like I'm getting really close. Like Mega Man's so goated. And for the record,
and obviously you're probably gonna have like that definitive answer very, very soon if you continue with
I'm sure. Well, yeah, I'm sure the movie. There's the movie, and then the Mega Man series. Like, yeah, I'm sure.
Well, I do think you and me are pretty we're a little closer than most. I feel like it's almost unanimous that Mega Man's like the top one for the most part.
Mega Man's beloved by the fandom, and from my understanding, I believe Mega Man's the favorite of the creator as well. So
yeah, if you want to put her at the front, I would.
Sure. Yeah, and like Mega Man's the one that got the spinoff. I don't know. Maybe the others have spinoffs evidentually.
That isn't a testament enough how popular she is.
Certainly, how much the author likes Mega Man.
All right, now here's where the author tries to like spin your morals. Like, do you like the non-lolly version of Mega Man?
I do like her a lot. Oh man, the characters in KonoSuba are actually so good. Like, I thought I was gonna put her here. I don't think I could. Union is really good though.
She is.
What are you thinking?
Like I said, I feel like she kind of hits the same. I feel like they're all pretty.
I think she belongs. I think she belongs in the back, but I think she belongs here. I actually think I'm leaning towards waifu too. She's good.
But then I'm putting her above like some of these others, like Overlord.
And I think a lot of it is also like the show, like like the show is kind of bolstering KonoSuba a little bit. I think it's like very specific circumstances that is like kind of working against like Albedo and Shaltir.
Yeah.
Like it's just a weird situation.
Oh god, I just saw who's next.
Oh yeah, the goat. The goat. The goat. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh god.
I mean, honestly though, I mean, as far as badass characters,
Oh, in terms of badass, sorry, like yeah,
like,
Rin is pretty fucking high.
So things are gonna get awkward because we're about to, yeah, I think Union. So are you against Union and Waifu? Because I actually think she probably deserves it.
I think so, just because she doesn't have much screen time compared to the others.
Here?
Yeah, I'd be comfortable there.
I'm fine with that. I could go either way on that front. Okay, so this is the really funny one. I kind of snuck this right in the middle. I thought about this being the last one or the first one. I thought that would be really funny, but I put it right in the middle. So this is Rin. Yeah. A lot of you will not know who this is. This is Kokonoe Rin from Kodomo no Jikan. A child's time or a child's love. It's probably a child's love. It's one of those. It's one of those is the English translation. But Kodomo no Jikan. This is a show that Kickass. Yeah. So this, we have an interesting lore of this show. This is a show that I watched many years ago, and I had two experiences with it. My first experience was, what the fuck is this show? And my second experience is, why is this show kind of good? And yeah, that's kind of
it's kind of good. That's the problem.
And yeah, it's like a good solid 8. I feel like in my mind, at least a 7.
Is this show better than SAO?
Why? But again, Fairy Tail probably. Yeah. Some of these. Yeah.
Whoa.
And so the thing is
okay, you're trying to out me. You're kind of outing yourself right now.
So, but here's the thing, right? So, this is a little girl. And unlike the other little girls we've run into that are all like 500 years old, I guess Wendy's a little sussy. This is a little girl. This is literally a little girl.
8 years old.
This is fucking
8 human
disgusting.
Years old.
And the story of Kodomo no Jikan is about a little girl who falls in love with a grown-ass man. And is a demon. This bitch is a demon. Like, she's actually
not literally. Okay, don't. This is anime. That could be 100% the case.
Yeah,
not
she is.
literal.
Oh no. I wish it was literal. I wish it was literal. Can you say the legendary sign that she holds up in the class in episode 1? Can you read out?
Say it out loud. But yes, I will. If you pop it up on the screen as I say it.
Oh my god! I'll find it. I'll find it.
I hope you cream inside of me. There's an actual line. There's an actual message she writes in class to the teacher, which is the love interest.
In the first episode,
they're learning about. I think they're learning how to say their name or something, and she just comes full out. Perfectly pronounced, there's no problems in it, and completely just says, I hope you cream inside me.
In the first episode.
In the first episode. In the first
you know what's better? Wait, before you say it. No, wait. She did that, and it somehow gets worse in the first episode. Go ahead.
She threatens to blackmail her teacher with rape.
Yeah, she basically threatens to out him as a lolicon, in the worst way possible. It is insane. Think, in one episode, the Rin became more based than anyone on this list so far.
Oh, but the worst part is that she actually did that with the old teacher.
She is literally so.
It's what I really love about the first episode is that it makes it very clear that despite her age, Rin is very, very smart for her age. Honestly, a little too smart. Yes, but she's also naive enough not to really know how the world works. Because while she is smart and knows all these things, her entire perception of adults, aside from her carer, is just completely warped by this one teacher that was just harassing her friend.
And in various...
And you get to see not only how she does that, but the measures she's willing to take to protect her friends from that in the first episode, but also how her perception changes for a new teacher being kind to her friend once that happens, and gives her the confidence to come back to school.
Yeah,
so Rin actually goes through quite a bit of character development in just one episode,
and that's on top of
all that
like
shit happened.
and that's on top of stuff you learn later about her backstory and all this other shit. Like there's a lot here.
I'll say it right now, is that neither you or I have seen the manga, the light novel, whatever the hell.
Yeah, we've not.
So we still don't have the full story of Rin in general.
I swear to God, I'm so scared. Like, I'm so scared it's gonna go through. Like, I feel like what they're gonna do, and again, I have no clue, but I feel like they're gonna, like, there's gonna be enough time skipping involved that they might get to the point where it just happens, and they just do it. I'm not even kidding. Like, I honestly
the story
think
is over, so I really think there is a high possibility of that.
Which is just absurd. And I want to say, again, we talk about how, like, Rin's incredibly based. Like, I don't know. Like, this one, I literally don't know what to do. Like, she is so awful, and she's a child, so she probably belongs here. There's part of me that almost wants to put her here. I feel like I could make an argument for every tier. I think I morally almost have to do one of these two. But, like, she is, I don't even know. Like, it is. So the funny thing is, this is a really good show, and there's, like, really wholesome vibes while also being literal. Like, it's a literal pedo show. It's a literal pedo show, though.
But so, there are literal scenes that, like, we're pretty goddamn lenient. We watch a lot of shit, but there is a lot of scenes that just the average viewer of anime, even just anime, you'd not get through it. I don't even want to say on this video what some of those scenes are.
Oh yeah, but, like, as great as the show is legitimately very good, but, like, if it wasn't animated, I don't think I could watch it. Like, I literally. I am almost certain that I would not be able to watch it.
It's like that Netflix show that came out. I don't remember what it was called.
Oh, Cuties?
But the Cuties. Well, there's actual, like, it's not animated and it's not, like, actors. The fact that it's animated, the author went as far as they probably possibly could.
Speaking of the author, as if this somehow gets crazier, it's a woman that wrote this.
I hope this isn't like a telling of her own childhood.
Oh, I hate that you said that. I doubt it. She's probably just like either an intellectual or a perv, or probably both. Is this where we're putting her?
It has to be.
Yeah, it probably does. Rin deserves to be on this list though, because she's a great character. Yeah. And Kickass reacted to this show, which, like I said, is so funny. His reactions are pretty good too. Like,
don't help me like that.
Hey, we're in this together. Kodomo Jikan's a good show, but this is like by far. You talked about a content warning for Steins Gate. Oh my god. Like, I cannot stress this enough. Yeah. I legitimately don't recommend this show.
Wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah, like, it's a good show. That is the only thing I can say.
You see those memes of, like, all the fan service happening when someone walks in. Don't watch this show. If anyone was in, it's in with, like,
imagine that meme.
My
imagine
God.
That meme. The mom or dad walks in and it's the cream inside shot.
That's not even the worst part. It's the fucking part where Rin needs the milk.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Like, the sign thing is like 2 seconds long. That is like fucking 5 minutes.
Oh.
There is no explaining that one.
Oh man, the more I think about it, it's like I want to say this show's bad, but I can't because it's not. But, like, I really want to say this show's bad, but it's not. Oh, it's so weird. This is anime, only in anime and manga, and, like, Japan, fucking Japan. This would never get made anywhere else.
That's why we need to finish it.
No. Nope.
Yes.
That's why she's here and not here. Holy
you need
shit.
to finish the story, bro.
Well, speaking of questionable characters that are kind of sus. In a different way. Well, actually, in some ways, reverse ways.
I was gonna say in a terrifying way, but Rin is also terrifying.
I didn't do it on purpose, but I think this might be the two most horrifying characters in the list back to back.
Yeah.
Like, it's interesting because I finished Chainsaw Man season 1 about 8 hours ago, literally, and this is it's weird because when I first met Makima, she scared me right away, but it was like, okay, she's definitely like an intimidating character. She definitely is like in control. Like, we've seen characters like this before. And it was one of my things where it was like, so early on, the beginning of the series, like, I don't have a feel for Chainsaw Man yet. And I'm like, okay, like, how deep is this show gonna be? Like, how far are we gonna take things? Like, how potent are the themes going to be? And over time, of course, the first season, we get to see more and more. We actually don't see a ton of Makima, a lot less than I was expecting. But anytime she's in a scene, it becomes more and more apparent that this girl, ironically, given the nature of the show, is the devil. This girl is clearly the epitome of, like, a manipulative, stone-cold bitch. And it gets worse and worse, and you just can't tell. Yep. You just don't know. Like, nothing. There's nothing. But, and I talked about this. I talked about this actually in my reaction that at the time we're recording this is not out yet. Yes, but I go deeper into this. Her relationship with Denji, right? It's like, you're my dog. I have you on a leash.
Literal ownership. But like, he's not even a being to her.
She makes that clear from the beginning. But
he is just a possession she has.
But I think over time it becomes more and more clear how serious she is. Like, she's serious from the start, but you really don't know. Her relationship with Denji is a microcosm for her character. She sees everyone that way. But the difference is she knows how to work people. And she understands that this works for Denji. She can just be forward with him. She could just tell him the truth, and she knows that it works. For other people, she manipulates them different ways because she's a master manipulator. She knows how to manipulate everyone in every situation.
Yep. And in a way that doesn't leap over to others, where it doesn't break into.
Yes.
It doesn't affect her other plans or other characters that she manipulates. It all sinks in perfectly with her own goal.
And this is where it's interesting. Yes, and which we don't know. She claims, based on what we've seen, she claims that it's, helping humanity, basically. Helping the Japanese government, helping humanity. That's her role. That's what she does. And the weird thing is, despite the fact that Kishibe, the guy who was like, if you don't remember the name, he's the guy who was training Power and Denji by trying to hunt them. Really badass dude, but older guy. He called her out as a liar for saying that, and she smirks, and it's really interesting because I tend to think she's not lying.
No, I think
it's deeper.
This is just part of her ploy to get to her goal.
But that's the thing.
Helping humanity, it just means helping humanity. That's all there is to it.
And she even has a point where there's a moment, and again, this is just spoilers, but whatever. There's a moment in the show where she confronts some the Yakuza by herself.
Yes.
And we're dealing with ex-Yakuza who have kind of gone rogue and they're causing chaos. And so she goes to this mob boss and she tells them what's going to happen. And they're kind of like, oh, you don't really understand this world. You don't really understand how this works. And then she pulls out a paper bag. And she tells them that there are eyeballs inside of all of their family members, their loved ones, all of it. And the bro looks inside. And she's not fucking bluffing. And she explains very, very succinctly and very, very politely that that's not how this works. Because the mob boss, the Yakuza boss, explains that there's necessary evils. And she explains to him that a necessary evil is only truly necessary when it's the government who's holding the leash around your throat. And she makes it very clear that she is the government and the Yakuza are not the government. And she is the one holding the leash. But it was in these moments in the final episodes, the moments that she got near the end of the series, where she kind of it transcended what she was to me, and it took another level. And it was like, so I actually thought I was going to get out of the first season and Makima was not going to be my favorite character. I really thought I was going to break the stereotype that everyone was like, oh, I'm going to be wolfing, I'm going to be barking. Well, I fucking barked. I'm sorry. I couldn't help. Like that, when the eyeballs came out, I was like, okay, wolf. Like, this woman, what's horrifying, and this
literally the devil incarnate.
And I feel like we haven't seen anything yet. I feel like we're scratching the surface. Like, is she like the villain of the show? Like, that's like what I was about to say. There's so much mystery to her that it's like she could very well be the final villain of the series. Like, there's so many. Like, I just think about where Chainsaw Man's gonna go.
It's very obvious she's setting up something, but we have very little in the way of actually predicting what that is based on the first season.
It's so brilliant because Fujimoto, the creator of Chainsaw Man, wrote his main character so blissfully simple. And the foil, who's ironically Jesus Christ, she is not good, but on the same side as our protagonist, Denji, is like one of the most complex and mysterious characters. Like, they're total opposites. Denji and Makima have nothing in common other than being powerful, although clearly there's levels to this, at least with where Denji is currently.
She is the kind of character that could just snap her fingers and someone would disappear.
Except it's more violent than that. It's always going to be more violent than that because Fujimoto likes his gore. So it has to be even crazier than that. Bro, oh god. Yeah. All of the scenes with Makima, especially near the end of the season, are just like fresh in my head. They're so fresh because I literally watched this like 8 hours ago. And it's like...
He's been pining on this for like the last 8 hours.
Yeah, because this is like literally fresh off. We have the same experience with Chainsaw Man. So this is weird because I think I know where she's going to be by the time Chainsaw Man ends. I don't necessarily think she deserves that yet, but I don't think she's going to be in waifu tier by the end of Chainsaw Man, is what I'll say. But I think it would be unfair to jump the gun because I don't think she's there yet. But I feel pretty confident that by the end of this series, and to be fair, I mean, the manga's still going, obviously, but like, I wouldn't be surprised that we're in the manga, she's there already. I wouldn't be surprised. Because I feel like the thing about Chainsaw Man was it was good. It was good. But it wasn't amazing. But the one thing about it was, it's, at least to me, really fucking obvious that like there's so much stuff being set up. And I feel like I have, like, it's one of those where I feel confident in the writing. Like, I feel confident in Fujimoto. I feel like I believe in this series from what I've seen. I have enough to believe that Chainsaw Man's going to be fucking insane eventually. Like, it's going to go off the deep end in ways that, like, you wouldn't expect. Yeah, the ways you wouldn't expect when you start it. Like, it comes off simple at the start, but, like, a character like that is like a sign of a different series. Like Makima is the biggest giveaway, and there's a lot of tells, but Makima is the dead giveaway that the show we're watching now is not the show Chainsaw Man will become.
Oh no, she's like Lelouch amped up by 7.
With arguably less moral, no, not even arguably, with way less moral qualms. Because Lelouch, for all that he does awful, it bothers him. There are no signs that any of this bothers her in the slightest.
Like I said, she's a sociopath.
If anything, and it could be an act, and who knows how much of it's an act. If anything, it seems like she enjoys it.
Yeah, and they are building up to like, again, they're building up to she has something in mind, and she needs the Gun Devil specifically out of the way for it.
Everything ties back around to the Gun Devil. Yeah, I mean, it's like, like thematically, it all comes back to control. Like it seems like her theme is all about control. It's all about putting a leash on you, and like that's the thing, right? So like all of the people that work under her in public safety and in the special division, they're her dogs of war. And like that's thematic because Denji's literally her dog. Like that's like Fujimoto's, like it's like subliminal messaging. Like the dog motif for Denji, it doesn't matter. The real reason he's doing it is to give you like a hint. It's you saying they're all dogs. It's not just him. They're all dogs. Aki's a dog. Kodomo, they're all of them, you know, they're all her dogs, and whatever
just
she's
property to play
they're
with.
pawns. You know, you said Lelouch, they're the pawns, or some of them are, you know, like Denji might be more than a pawn, but they're all pieces on her chessboard, and she's the grand master pulling the strings. It seems like his power is, but certainly the way, you know, she hasn't had to do much.
Even
we didn't even talk about the moments where she just like she's able to, what's so cool is she's able to get him going literally and figuratively by doing so little because she's so good. She's such a even playing.
She only takes like the first time you ever meet her, she knows exactly the kind of person you are, exactly how to push your buttons, exactly to motivate you to do exactly what she wants.
She is literally like it's crazy because I don't think we've even seen like scratch the surface of her character, just like I don't think we've scratched the surface of Chainsaw Man. But she is literally maybe the most terrifying anime character I've ever seen, especially if she turns out to be what I kind of think she will be, which is somehow worse than everything we've seen.
It's like you said, with pretty much almost every other character on this list, there's always some kind of moral compass, there's always some kind of sacrifice they won't take. But with Makima, nothing is ever off the table.
I don't think
it's like she'll do anything to get what she wants. Like literally, she's literally offering her body to Denji to get him to kill the Gun Devil.
And that's not even getting into the fact that, like, casually, like, the ages are a little sus, too, to boot. But, like, she doesn't give a single crap.
This is Japan. That doesn't matter.
The funny thing is that the age...
What's going to happen to her?
Every province is 18.
What's going to happen?
But it's so fun. This is another hint, though. Fujimoto, and this sounds so weird, but the stuff with Himeno and Denji, it shows... Like, it's a weird way for Fujimoto to say, hey, we're really gonna mess with morals in this show. There's all these little hints that Chainsaw Man's gonna be mental. And they're just, like, sprinkled in, and a lot of them are done comedically. Like, dude, I swear to God, this guy is insane. This guy is fucking with us. And if you don't think Chainsaw Man's gonna be goated eventually, nah, he is messing with people. Like, he is literally using, like, the concept of fucking a minor to mess with us. Like, what on earth is wrong with this guy?
And like, it's even worse than Kodomo.
Somehow Makima manages to be more terrifying than Rin. I don't know how that's possible, but it's not even close.
to be fair, you know, we don't know what Rin would be like when she reached Makima's age.
I was gonna say there is that. God, we don't even know what Makima's age is. You know, just like how the fuck does she down like 20,000 beers and she just isn't even buzzed? Like this girl,
She's probably a devil.
I mean, you would think. Oh god, there's so many things too. There's oh my god, in the one
I wouldn't be
episode,
surprised honestly if by the end she is literally the devil.
well, that's the thing, right? See, that's the thing. Thematically, right? There's all these devils, right? Like I'm waiting for the Christian symbolism at some point because I wouldn't be surprised either because it's like it's so thematic. Everything's thematic in this show. That's what I said. Like it's important that Denji's a dog because it's symbolic of her relationship with all of them. She's just open about it with him. That's the only difference. And that's the thing. The fact that they're called devils and fiends, that's symbolic. That means something. What does it mean? I don't fucking know, but Fujimoto does. It means something. Everything means something. That's the type of show Chainsaw Man is. It might seem just like, oh, it's a cool thing, chainsaw, rip apart, blood everywhere. Nah, this shit is so much deeper than that. And the thing is just we've seen tastes of it. Like we're getting tastes of it already, but nah, this show hasn't even started. Chainsaw Man literally has not even started yet.
So basically, Chainsaw Man is peak.
Not yet.
No.
But it will be, and everyone will realize that season 1's better than they thought later. But
I mean,
God, dude, I'm trying to convince myself. I'm like trying to convince myself out of it. You have to you get to make the call and put her here, but
yeah, go for it if you want.
Oh my god, why are you giving me permission? This isn't even your favorite girl, right?
Different vibes, you know, different vibes.
Yeah. I think it's one of these things where it's like its character.
It's not. It's
so
also
insane.
not a coincidence that she kind of looks like Kurisu.
Oh my god, I hate it. I actually hate it. I hate the. Why did you say that?
Because she looks like Kurisu.
So I will say this: if I put her here, which I think I'm going to, it is kind of based on the idea that I'm trusting Fujimoto, and I'm trusting that this character is going to live up to her potential, because she has like best character ever potential. Not saying she'll be quite that, but
I don't think there is a character that's more appropriate in the goddess tier, considering that is basically what she is in Chainsaw Man.
That's the thing, right? Like Kurisu's a goddess because she's the best. Makima is literally a goddess.
Yeah.
Like this is like she's like a Monica. She is like literally a goddess.
For real.
Like it is like insane. So yeah, I mean, right.
And we're just skipping power and moving.
No,
on.
I'm gonna talk to her, but I'm just quickly.
I see you went with the artwork version.
Yeah,
of that.
I like the way they look next to each other, but power is amazing. I do want to say.
Like power. That's the thing, though, is that obviously Makima is like the biggest fucking complex ever.
Power is the female Denji, but like better.
I'm literally about to quote that. She is just the female Denji.
Yes.
She is simple. She has, she is simple in her goals. She is simple in her desires. She is just the kind of person anyone would get on with.
Yeah, she's great.
Pretty easily. She's fucking vicious. Bro. She's terrifying, but she is so goddamn chill at the same time.
This is another thing that I feel like Chainsaw Man quietly is really good at, and this is another sign. Like, the cast is great.
Yeah.
Like, Denji is great. Like, I actually really love Denji as a protagonist. And I'm not usually a big fan of the, like, really simplistic MCs.
If you wanna make like any kind of connection, he's kind of like a better self-insert than Kirito.
In a way, yeah, but he's like fun. He's enjoyable. He has a personality.
Like all he really wants in life, is just girlfriend, financially stable,
and he's just like very it's like, and he's relatable, and yeah, it's like, it's really interesting. And they're even getting into like some really interesting stuff with him about how like he lacks empathy, right? And it's almost like, yeah, he doesn't have a heart. And like, we're kind of getting into this. Is he human? Is he, what is he, right? Like we're seeing more in shades of him being something less than human or more than human, however you want
Yeah.
to frame it. And it's like, there's shades of his character evolving and actually kind of getting a little more complex. Obviously, that, like I said, a lot of the complex stuff's going to be reserved for this girl over here. But
the characters really like to break the kind of cliche mold of being human is like above all else, because like it's like, yeah, like Denji really wouldn't. That is kind of the same thing with Makima. Okay, he has the one kind of little thing in common, is that he really doesn't care what he has to be to achieve the goal.
Yeah.
You know, human, devil, whatever the hell in between, you know. He just wants what he wants in life, and that's pretty much all there is to it. He doesn't really care about the means of which he's getting it.
And because of that, will there ever be a point where he ceases to be Makima's lapdog? Will that ever happen?
There would have to be an absurd amount of development and an absurd amount of different scenarios happening in conjunction with each other.
And the
fact, it is a possibility.
It is possible, but that's what makes it so interesting, right? Like
I'm not even sure at this point if she killed Powder in front of him, if he'd even care.
I think he would care, but I don't think he'd. I think he literally says in the show that like, I think I'd be bummed for a couple days and then move on.
Yeah.
He even says that about Makima dying. It shows that like that's the thing. Like on a deeper level, he just wants what he wants, but it's like not a big deal, and he doesn't want to worry about life. And Makima knows how to wield that and use that to her best interest, because Makima literally knows how to use everyone to her best interest. She literally just sacrifices her own people. She literally knows that attacks are going to happen, and I was like, yeah, I could use that to my advantage. She doesn't care. Like, there's just nothing, like, there is no, like, we talk about, like, empathy, right? Like, but it's like...
But not only does she make these plans, she always has a way out of them, too.
Yes. And, like, and that's...
So cool. Like, you brought up that scene. You brought up that scene of, like, showing all the mobs that, like, she has the eyes of everyone. She even literally says in that scene, yeah, I have contracts that will easily put these back safely.
Yeah.
You know?
And it's like, it's so
don't even think about attacking me.
Like,
because I'm the only one who can restore them.
It's crazy because, like, even with a character like Lelouch, for example, he is always, like, pulling things out of his ass. He's a super genius. He's literally trying to take over the world. But it's, like, by the skin of his teeth. As brilliant as he is. Makima, it's so ridiculous that, like, she's just in complete control. Anywhere. But her character writing and the way she's portrayed and the aura she possesses, you believe it. You don't even question it. It's like, yeah, that's Makima. Like, it's like, normally you'd be like, okay, how, like, this isn't believable. But Makima makes it believable, and that's why she's such a good character.
Yep.
That's amazing. Like, that's so, that is almost impossible to do as a writer. So, like, for that alone, Makima is goated. And, like, you know, I learned that, like, Chainsaw Man characters, when they first heard her voice, they were like, really? It's that soft? But fuck, the soft voice, I think, makes it even, it's even more horrifying. Like, she's just, it's haunting almost. Like, how good she, oh, God, I didn't want to be the Makima simp, too. I tried so hard.
And you failed miserably.
Because that's what she wanted. And she gets what she wants. Dude, I love Power. Like, Power is so good. Like, I do want to emphasize that, though. Like, Power is unbelievably great. She's so fun. Every time I see that part near the end of the opening where Denji and Power are doing that stupid dance together, I'm just like, yes!
They are the best of friends already.
It's so great. Dude, I can't wait for like 60 episodes when Makima kills Power. It's gonna rip my heart out, because that's probably gonna happen eventually.
Rip my heart out, good choice of words, but like, they've died. She's already died like 17 times.
Yeah, you know what I mean though, because they actually made a point also to mention that she's almost immortal.
Yeah.
I hate it. Because that's the thing, right? Like, that's the other thing about Chainsaw Man that's horrifying. I only think 2 characters have plot armor in this whole show. Like, full plot armor. Like Aki and Power have a lot of it, but they don't have full plot armor. In fact, I'd actually be pretty surprised if they make it all the way to the end. And that's horrifying.
I mean, they are teasing Aki's death already.
What the fuck? Like,
Bro's got what was it? 2 years left?
But they also literally, bro makes a contract with a demon that literally tells him, "Oh yeah, your death. All I want is to live in your eye because your death is so fucked up. I just want to see that shit.
Your death is fucking wild.
I can't wait. Oh, stuff like that, so good. That's just direct, just like haha, keep watching like that. That's just memeing. Like Fujimoto is just trolling. Some of it's just trolling. Like it. I hate him so much already. Ugh. But Power's amazing is the point. She's so fun.
We were talking about Power. I forgot.
I keep getting distracted. I keep looking over there, and I hate the picture you chose for Makima. It's like she's literally staring at me into my soul. I feel like I want to confess every secret I've ever thought of. I've dreamt of secrets I haven't even thought of yet.
And that's exactly the kind of character she is. Even if it's useless, all knowledge is good knowledge.
Oh God, that's almost perfect, but there is a character that applies to that we'll get to maybe one day. All right, Power's amazing. I love her. Honestly, I think Power has the potential to even go up a tier eventually. I think there's a chance.
Yeah, there is a chance.
She's that good. So that's a testament. Those are 2 hardcore waifus. You want to talk about My Hero?
What a fucking downgrade.
I know, right?
Jesus Christ. You end off on that and then you ask me about My Hero?
Quality over quantity. Now, to be fair, I actually, Kobemi, the cute girl with the knife, I actually really like her. She'd probably be GF material with the potential to get to waifu one day. But she's not on the list because these 2 are more important. But talk about quality over quantity, man. I mean, those 2 girls destroy this list. And, like, there's some girls I like here quite a bit. Actually, like, half of these girls I really like.
Well, at least they got that far.
There's really, like, honestly, I really like 5 of them to varying degrees. And then there's, like, one that's, like, fine. And then there's one that's not. I think you know who that is. Anyways.
Don't I know it?
We got Kyoka here. Jiro. I like her.
I'm trying to remember anything she's done so far.
The main thing was she actually got an arc in season 5.
Wait,
festivals.
Season 5 she got an arc?
Yeah,
the festival was season 4.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, it was in the Gentle and La Brava stuff.
Yeah, you're right.
That was season 4.
You're right. Half. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, season 4. That's like the main thing she's gotten.
Yeah, My Hero does have this weird structure. Like, it gives its characters, one great scene, and then they're pretty much background if they're not called Deku, Uraraka, Bakugo, or Todoroki.
Yeah, it's kind of Fairy Tail, but more consistent.
Yeah.
Like obviously it does fluctuate, but like they don't do like egregious stuff in My Hero. But like some of the character managing, because there's a ton of characters, just like Fairy Tail, is kind of similar. I mean, it's between these 2, obviously.
I'd say maybe. There's a chance she'll go up in the future.
Do you want to talk about our movie girl here? Because
I mean, she's just a better Uraraka. That's not even saying much, really.
And I like her, but I don't have anything to say about her. Maybe.
Yeah, she really connected to Deku on a level I just don't think Uraraka can.
I'm assuming.
Now, Mina. Yeah, I am quite biased to Mina. I like Mina quite a bit.
Not my favorite girl, but I really like Mina. She's pretty hot and cute, and I think she's one of the better girls. I don't know if she's
just a fun character.
Yeah. Momo.
Kind of same thing, yeah. She is.
Yeah, I think Momo belongs with Mina.
She has a little more depth than Mina does, but
yeah,
yeah,
one thing I will say about Momo is I still feel like it's a little like underutilized. Like I feel like Momo should be a really important character, and she's not really. But
yeah,
again, that's kind of like the difference, right? Whereas like with Fairy Tail, it's like egregious misuse of characters most of the time. With like My Hero, it's like could be better type of thing. Like it's not. With most people, it's like okay, like it's. I don't have a big problem with it. It's just there are more things that could be done with some of these characters.
Yeah, pretty much.
Now, this one is interesting.
You probably. It's funny. You've only seen 5 more, but you've probably seen quite a bit more of her than I have.
It's so interesting because generally speaking, I will say yes, but just not in the way you'd expect. But I have there are some feelings. I would probably argue for waifu. I think it's close.
Wow.
I think she's I think she's probably the best, my favorite character in My Hero. I just really love this character. I'm not even gonna necessarily fully. I'm not even gonna fully argue that this is necessarily objective. Because I probably don't think she's as good as any of the other characters in waifu. Like I think this is like a bottom waifu, top of GF material argument. But I think she's really good.
You really wouldn't put her like near Aqua or anything with the KonoSuba cast?
I think she'd be near, but I think I would oh man, I do really like Toga. Yeah, if anything, you saying that kind of is like talking into it more.
I'd probably put her above Aqua, personally.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, we're not ordering them outside of their own series, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she's kind of like goated, honestly, in My Hero. She's maybe the best character, and I think she's probably the best female character at the very least. Like, I think Midnight's cool, but she's not fleshed out at all.
Fucking Midnight. I never think of that girl.
Ever. Literally Midnight, right? But
yeah,
she's
seriously.
Cool. But I think she'd be really cool, but she's not fleshed out enough. It's like that's the thing. Most of the characters that are like really interesting and fleshed out are guys, and it's just one of those things where it's like with Horikoshi, I feel like he's just fallen into the trap of
God.
I think like he's fallen into the trap. Well, okay, we're not quite.
I just cannot respect that because the amount of fucking plot armor he gives Deku. Oh my God! It's sometimes it's worse than Fairy Tail.
Well, I think Horikoshi is very heavily inspired by Naruto. It's his favorite manga, and I think it's interesting. What I was gonna say, it's interesting because early on in My Hero, a lot of people credited it. I'd even seen a video that referred to it as the anti-Naruto back in the day, and it's really interesting because the longer My Hero goes, the more My Hero feels kind of like Naruto. And that's not necessarily a bad thing.
Naruto fucking sucks then because My Hero's just getting worse.
No, I mean, hey, season 6 will be the big, like, scale tipper. If season 6 disappoints, that we're in trouble. Like, season 6 is like, it's kind of the all or nothing season. And that's basically what I said at the beginning of my video, where I was like, season 5 was my least favorite. I basically went over my overall thoughts on every season, and I obviously ending with season 5 being my least favorite and why. And then I said, like, I'm really excited for season 6 though, and what comes next with where we left off, and it's like it better deliver, because I would be very sad if it didn't. Just leave it at that. But Su-chan I think is GF material. She's adorable.
I really couldn't care less.
That tongue though.
Yeah, we know you're a horny guy for the tongue. Oh my fucking God.
I'm not saying a word. I'm not saying a word, except I'm...
Okay.
Go ahead. Here we go.
Fucking rocker, boys. Oh my God. You want to talk about the most fucking dead-end useless space of a character I've ever fucking seen? You know, it's funny. I used to feel the way I feel about Uraraka, about another character from a game called DDLC. I used to feel this way about a character called Sayuri, but I fucking appreciate Sayuri way over Uraraka now. Oh my fucking god.
I will say this, for all that for anyone who's, there's a certain hell of the internet where there's certain videos involving the two of us in DDLC. That exists. Go find it.
Full plug.
It's a running gag that Sayuri's the worst. And we say horrible things about her. I do not fully endorse everything he's about to say about Uraraka. I'm not as bullish on this.
Save your ass.
But Sayuri clears.
You ain't gonna be
Sayuri
fighting me on it.
Clears. Yeah, you're not putting a DDLC character lower than Uraraka. That's an insult to Dan Salvato. So, and we don't insult the boy around here. So, continue.
All right. I just hate Uraraka as a concept. She is the typical love interest of the MC, and the show is so in your face about it constantly. I don't think I remember a single thing past season 2 with Uraraka that wasn't in some way related or centered around Deku. I mean, every 5 fucking minutes this girl is on screen, it's Deku, 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 where's Deku? I hope Deku's okay. Deku is my inspiration. And it's fine, it's fine to have inspiration. It's fine to have a friend or someone you look up to help be your motivation to move forward. But Uraraka, her whole character since season 2 has been to the hip of Deku, and it's so goddamn frustrating. This girl was literally said in the show she is not going to confess her feelings to Deku until they've graduated. And we all know this series isn't going to end until they've graduated. This series probably isn't even going to probably go past the point that they've graduated. So for this whole goddamn show, you're just sitting here with these fucking annoying scenes of either Deku or Uraraka simping for each other constantly, and you know that none of these scenes are gonna go anywhere because she literally said she doesn't plan to confess yet. It's so fucking annoying. By the time I was in season 5 of this show, I was just so fucking bored of it by that point. Season 5 in general it's a pretty bad season overall. I don't care. Yeah,
we're in agreement.
It had a decent end, although the villains had plot armor up the wazoo. Like, I'm not gonna believe the League of Lame Asses can beat an entire fucking city when they've struggled to take down the UA high school kids how many times now? But by season 5, I was just so bored by that point, and Uraraka, man, I mean, Jesus Christ, is she so goddamn bland by that point? I can't take it anymore, seriously. And every time that she is in a scene, either she's bringing up Deku or one of her friends are bringing up Deku. The movie, I never remember which one's which. Heroes Rising or Shield Hero, whatever the hell the other one's called.
Shield Hero, that's an anime. That's a totally different show.
I don't doubt that's an anime. Heroes Rising and whatever the other one is, Two Heroes or something. There's a lot of it before anyone else comes in. It's actually kind of teased that this is going to be like an All Might Deku centric story with no UA cast members. And Deku and Melissa are kind of bonding at the fact, they're quirkless, they don't really fit in the world and whatnot. Well, obviously Deku has a quirk by that point. But they get each other on an intellectual level and a personal level. And right when they're making good progress and having a good time, literally, out of fucking nowhere, Uraraka comes in and just completely fucking ruins it. And I'm just sat there flabbergasted. Like, where the fuck did you come from? Why are you in this movie? Get the fuck out, please. Let me enjoy some of this goddamn bonding without this nuisance in there.
Especially in the big budget movie where they're trying really hard with the animation.
Seriously. This girl is like the first big simp I do not like. I like me some Kurisu. What am I talking about? I like me some Subaru. I like me some Mordecai. I like me some... God, who the hell's the other one we were talking about?
I have no idea.
There was someone else on this list who's a simp. Pretty much all the Overlord girls, right? I like them all.
Oh, yeah.
I cannot. I just don't like this girl. It's obvious they're not going to make progress with it, so it's just in your face to pander to the fans because, you know, the most toxic people in fandoms are shippers. You know, I know it. I'm one of them. I definitely can go some places with my shipping sometimes, you know. The amount of people that probably hate me because I was shipping Shigo and Kim in Kim Possible. Sorry, but that's just the way it is. You know?
That's kind of based, so like, you know, like.
But no, I just don't like Uraraka's concept anymore. She was fine in season 2. I would dare say I liked her in season 2. She had honestly believable and, you know, pretty understandable motives to be a hero.
Oh,
and while
the peak
there,
of her character, without a shadow of a doubt, is the Bakugo and Uraraka fight. Like, that is actually goated Uraraka stuff. It's the only goated Uraraka, like, true goated moment, because it's pretty much all downhill from there. But she has that.
I really just feel like Horikoshi just gave up with her by season 3 because I don't know what the fuck happened.
I think that's the best way to put it.
He just gave into the stereotype. He just gave in to the shipping and thought, okay, obviously we need a ship in the show. It's the typical, you know, girl, boy who haven't had many friends in their lives and kind of make friends with each other around the first time, you know, and then they grow attached, you know, it's that kind of story. But it's so goddamn annoying every time it comes up because Uraraka isn't an interesting character. Not at all anymore. She is just fucking annoying. And every time I see her, I know it's going to be something relating to Deku. And I cannot stand it.
Woo! That was beautiful.
Oh my god.
So I do have a weird anecdote that you're not going to understand, but I'm going to try to be vague about it. Because I brought up Naruto before in regards to My Hero Academia. Because I think Horikoshi was largely inspired by Naruto. And in Naruto, there is the main girl of the series. There's really a couple, but the pink-haired one, for those of you who know, she is generally, among a lot of Naruto fans, considered a bad character. Not a lot of people like her. And I would argue that she's a little underrated. And a big reason for that is, while she does have an awful moment quite far into the story, generally speaking, she starts off being kind of shit. And over time, and a lot of time, because Naruto's long as hell, she kind of gradually gets better. And she has this reputation of being a shitty character. And I'm not saying she's amazing, but I think she's overhated. It's ironic because Uraraka is kind of the exact opposite in every way. I think she starts off as a interesting character. I think she starts off really good. I think
and that makes it
she's cool.
So much worse.
First season, she's cool. Second season, she gets better. She has the incredible moment with Bakugo. Like, that fight is still one of my favorite moments in probably the best season, really. The Super Stacked Season 2. And then it just goes downhill, and she regresses into becoming the ultimate Midoriya simp. And that becomes her entire character. It's all about Izuku. It's all about Deku. It's all about Midoriya. Like, that's everything. And what makes that extra sus is that while she's always had a crush on him, and it's always been obvious she's had a crush on him, that was not her character in the first 2 seasons.
Yeah, she had motives and goals to be in where she is. But now, it is always Deku.
And I think the reason why a lot of people defend Uraraka is because I think first impressions live hard with people. And I think this is kind of goes to a deeper thing. I think...
Oh, of course.
Uraraka starts off as a good character, and I think people fall in love with her. People really like her because she is legitimately good, but she falls off a fucking cliff. And on the
It's
flip
also
side,
just the kind of point that, you know, no offense, but I do imagine a lot of the people that started My Hero, whether it's the manga or whether it became from the anime, it's been quite some time since then, and especially if you were watching it live, I imagine a lot of the viewers were probably a lot younger by that point, like probably early teens. So there is
sure,
probably that kind of nostalgia there that's just pushing Uraraka like further than she probably should be in a lot of
sure.
people's minds right there. Because
And like I
especially if you're
said,
watching the series live, you don't really tend to notice it as much if you're
sure,
going episode to episode. But it's just
sure,
so much more obvious when you kind of binge some of it.
sure. And yeah, it's a shame because I think there's a lot of things that My Hero Academia does really, really well, and I think Horikoshi, in many ways, I think learned from some of the mistakes of Kishimoto when it comes to Naruto. But I think there's these weird things that are either a little too much like Naruto, or in some weird cases, it's like reversed. But it's not always the bad things that are reversed. Like I said, Uraraka is like this weird inverse of the main girl of Naruto to me in a lot of ways, and it's strange. It's really strange because once upon a time she was looked at as a great example of female characters in shonen anime, and she's become, ironically, I feel like the definition of like the problems with a lot of female characters in shonen anime. It's really weird. It's so strange, and it sucks. I mean, again, I would probably put her in
Yeah.
maybe, but I know how passionate Kick-Ass is about this. So yeah, as you saw, if you guys remember, it was like probably like 2 hours ago. But I very quickly threw her into Nope. We didn't waste any time, and I think
I don't even remember that.
yeah, I just immediately tossed her in before
I
you
probably
started
didn't
talking.
notice.
Yeah, no, it was right away. Because I didn't even, there was no discussion needed because I know where she was going. I will say though, I do want to make two notes. First of all, while she's here for moral reasons, I'm putting her. I know that we're not ordering them, but she has to go to the top. And the other thing is, I wanted to ask you, Taya or Uraraka, who's worse?
Uraraka. Taya was never good, and to be fair, she's just bland and kind of annoying, but she doesn't get to me as much as Uraraka does.
I feel like this is the one tier that has to be ordered.
They do kind of look alike as well.
That's so funny. Yeah, Uraraka.
I mean, I'll give one thing to Uraraka. I get why some people like her to a degree. I mean, she's a cute waifu girl.
Well, yeah, My
But
Hero.
that's
Horikoshi has
pretty
great
much
character
it.
designs. Oh yeah, he's a
Yeah,
great
the
character
designs are
designer.
great.
Oh,
And
peak.
Uraraka is no exception. Her character design is good.
Yeah,
But
like we have other
it's kind of like,
preferences, like
it's
Mina,
kind of like getting the
Momo,
crush and then
Toga.
actually
But
meeting the girl. It's like, yeah, I met her and I'm fucking out.
speaking of good character designs,
In My Hero as well, just has My Hero in general just has that issue of all characters kind of centering back to Deku in some way. It's a series that tries to be co-cast, but it's really just MC centric with Deku.
Yeah, which it runs into that issue that a lot of shows do. It's one of the
Like,
hardest.
I like
things.
the Overhaul arc, but my god, should Deku have not really had the ending of beating Overhaul in that arc? I feel like that was just kind of earned by Miro or Lemillion or whatever his name was.
Yeah, Lemillion for sure was like, yeah. I actually think that's actually a really. I mean, it's kind of a more of just a My Hero shout, but I think that's a really nice little call there, and I think it is what it is, and I think I it's one of those things that like is really tricky with ensemble casts, with like big casts, is on a lot of, honestly, I'd say most authors that try to work with a really large cast run into this issue. When there's too many characters, it becomes a mess. It's so hard to manage a large cast of characters. There's a reason why we look at Steins Gate here as some of the peak fiction, and one of the things it has going for it, and again, it's a visual novel originally, I get that, but it's a core cast of characters. And even then, you could argue that a good amount of the characters don't get enough focus. Doesn't change the fact that they're not goated, but it tells you that when the writing's amazing and there's a small cast of characters, that there's still always going to be disparity in what characters get, focus. And I think that emphasizes how hard it is to work with a cast like My Hero Academia or Fairy Tail. These series have massive casts, and it's tough. And I think My Hero has pretty decent writing, but there's definitely some characters that suffer, I think, a lot from the cast size, and I definitely think Uraraka's one of them.
Like I said, even from the get-go, it's kind of a block because it just doesn't work in a series like a shonen where you try and divide the attention so much between an entire class of characters. And even then, you'll get basically guaranteeing like one good scene with each of them, and then you're pretty much just opening up the doors for disappointment after that.
And you say each of them, but there
don't have enough time to really work with it. Yeah, not all of them even had their time yet. We're in the big arc now.
There are a few like really irrelevant people that are in Class A as well. So
I mean, I don't even remember like half their names.
Sure.
Like there's Limb Guy, there's Animal Dude, there's the Invisible Girl. You probably at least remember her name.
Hagakure or Hagakure, yeah.
Yeah, Invisible Girl.
Yep.
There's just some that, and they've had some of their moments, but they're just so forgettable after that. What are you doing?
I'm emphasizing how you feel about Uraraka.
Oh.
Yeah,
fair enough.
Where you want to put her. But yeah, that's My Hero. I think My Hero is a pretty good show, but it has a lot of issues, and Uraraka is, I think, an embodiment of some of the worst qualities of My Hero Academia. I think that's where I land with her. I don't hate her, but I get why you hate her.
Yeah. Again, right at this moment when this is coming out, I know the season's done, but like for me, My Hero is a series that has almost unanimously gotten worse with each season. Season 2 I think is the best one, but like
I don't think that trend will continue.
There
is no world where season 6 is weaker than season 5. This is going to be
terrifying.
See, even if season 6 is disappointing, there's no world where it's worse than season 5.
But if it is,
yeah, if it is, that's where you. Well, I'd say that's where you give up. But anytime you've invested this much time in a series, you want to stick it out. So
you at least watch it live so it doesn't feel like you're wasting more time on it.
Anyways, this one's gonna be quick because
this is pretty much what I'd like hop out because I watched No Game No Life like I think like within like the first 6 months of having my channel, and I didn't really get into it that much, so I've never rewatched it. So I don't remember anything. I don't even remember like.
I also think you posted it. I think you also posted it as
I did post it in one. I watched it in one day.
That's crazy.
I watched it all in one day.
One day in dub, which I get. Like back then, he was doing exclusively dubs for anime. But
the funny thing is, I might actually like it in sub.
Yeah. To be fair, there's also a few things that are kind of complicated that from what I remember, can get a little sticky in English. And ironically, a lot of it involves this girl's big episode, which is episode 6. Jibril, who is a lovely, lovely, lovely angel of destruction and death and knowledge.
She was a succubus.
She's dressed like one because it's No Game No Life, but she's a flugel, which were beings of destruction, of war, of death that were built by the old Deuce, the old gods. And then after Tet did all his shit, they couldn't murder anymore. And what they like to do is collect severed heads. They like to collect heads, trophies of their kills. But Jibril was like, well, I can't do that anymore. So she turned to books. I'm going to collect knowledge. And that eventually, many, many years later, would lead her on a path with the protagonists of the series, Sora and Shiro. And
healthy hobby.
They would have a very, comparatively speaking, and they would play a very interesting game that would involve her Dying?
I swear it ended in incest.
Oh yeah. Circular breathing. Oh fucking hell, I love this show. But the point is, Jibril is amazing. I mean, honestly, like I don't know what to do with these girls because I think very highly of them, but obviously this is just me. So I don't know. Do I have free reign to put them where I want?
I can't make a counterpoint, so yeah.
So I mean, to be perfectly honest, so I think Jibril is a waifu. Let's start there. And Steph is a waifu.
I kind of remember Steph, how she is bound to love.
Yes, she is by order, by a not a decree.
By swear of the pledges.
Yes, by the covenants, the pledges. She falls in love with him, but the way it works, he always cheats. Sora's the goat after all, and but the way it was pledged, she was never forced to stay in love with him. She was forced to fall in love with him. But she starts falling in love with him for real. So then the pledge stops.
I mean, what would be the difference?
Right. So the idea is that, hypothetically speaking, she can fall out of love. That's the kind of loophole, but she doesn't because.
So you need to be very specific with
these
pledges.
It's all about being as detailed as pot. Like it's genie shit, 100%.
It's like a gin rule where like you gotta say like every little thing.
So yeah, and when it comes down to it, though, she's amazing, and of course this picture of her is legendary from the times that she headbutts herself into walls repeatedly.
That was my thumbnail.
It actually happens multiple times I think it happens in different episodes too. She does it like 4 or 5 times, and it's one of the funniest bits in the show.
I think it's just the common trait of every time the love thing gets brought up, she just smashes her head in.
Because she doesn't want to fall in love for the scumbag, but he's so good.
Well, you shouldn't gamble then.
So, in conclusion, Steph is amazing. And she is, I almost feel like, the quintessential waifu. Like, she is literally a waifu. And then there's this girl.
Bro's true waifu.
So,
I'm just terrified of where we're gonna go, but that's
where
that's
she's
a little lower than I was expecting.
So,
all right,
I will say this.
Do your thing.
I will say this. Shiro is incredible. But here's a thing that I think very few people, because a lot of people know this is a meme, that I love Shiro. Yes, she is 11. Thank you very much. She's actually not my favorite character in No Game No Life. My favorite character is actually Sora. Yeah, I know not many people know this. She is actually my second favorite character in No Game No Life. She is my favorite girl, but she is not my favorite character. I actually think Sora is a little more interesting. I think they're both incredible, and this is another one where it's like a duo. Like, it's hard to literally, canonically, they're a duo. They're blank. It's hard to tear them apart. Like, talking about Shiro and Sora, you have to talk about them together.
The more you bring up, the more some memories are trying to flash back. I swear they can't even be out of the same room together or something.
Yes, and this kind of goes into actually why Shiro's really goated.
They have like some absurdly unhealthy possession. And she's adoptive.
Yes.
Oh my god, I'm actually quite proud of myself.
It's actually really interesting because, and being objective here, in the first half of No Game No Life, she actually would be here. She's great. I love her. She's adorable. She's super smart. But her character does not actually... Sora's character really shines. Shiro's character doesn't get fleshed out that much until near the end of No Game No Life. Then they do the thing that Kickass is vaguely aware of, when you start to find out about their separation anxiety, and there's a moment in the series where Sora disappears, and it's very who is Rem moment happens. You know.
I kind of remember that.
and she just goes off and she becomes the queen that she is, and you really see her character shine through. And in the process, Sora's character weirdly also shines through even more. And it's kind of the build up to the season finale, and then in the season finale, they both fucking are goated in that, and it's just amazing. But I actually will say that in the first half of the series, she's adorable and she's super smart, and I love smart characters. But it's really not until the second half of the season that she really shines and becomes my second favorite character in No Game No Life, and legitimately up there among like my waifus, so to speak, despite her questionable age and appearance.
I would maybe write something for the record here.
Yes.
As little as I do remember, and as little as you've actually unlocked right now, through these explanations,
yeah.
If there is ever a series on the channel, I would probably redo. It might be No Game No Life.
Yeah,
because it's like the one I remember nothing of.
The only reason I'd say the only reason I wouldn't recommend it is because God only knows if it's ever continuing. But then again, there's also a movie that neither of us have reacted to, ironically enough.
That's like years old. That came out in like 2018, didn't it?
Yeah, I know, but neither of us have reacted to it.
Well, it's no surprise why I haven't. Why you haven't, however.
I don't know. It's one of those weird.
Even to me.
Because I'm holding up.
Oh my god. I'm just seeing like this entire time the high school girls have been cut off. I thought we were done after Code.
No, they start over here. Yeah, 2 of them are over here, and then the final 4.
Yeah, but the last little bit has been cut out the entire time. I didn't even see that.
Yep. So this is all that's left, though. We are nearing the end. We only have 3 series left. We have 3 series left. Well, it's collective too, because I've seen a lot more, but this is pretty much most of what you've seen. Not everything, but a lot of it. The goddesses are cut off, which is criminal, but it is unfortunate. We are kind of at that point because these are filling up.
Okay, because I do see quite a collection of good characters in their own right, and then there's Azia at the side.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting because we're actually going into, I think, 2 of the series that 2 of our, I think, up there as far as anime. I mean, definitely, I know you love Code, along with me, and I think we're both quite high in ReZero as well. I actually don't know which one of us.
Might be the most controversial one, honestly. ReZero is very controversial. Either you love it or you completely hate it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so it's actually funny because so is Code Geass, actually. These are 2 series that are very beloved and very critically acclaimed, but the minority that doesn't like them tends to fucking hate them. So,
and I really don't get it.
I kind of get it with both of them, but I don't agree. And they're very different, so we'll talk a little about the shows, I'm sure, as we get to the characters. But this is an interesting one. What do you want to do with your girl, Beatrice?
Well, she's the third or fourth, like, 400-year-old lolly on this list.
Oh my god. Why?
Dude, anime seems to love the 400 specifically. I've noticed a lot of them are that old.
It's got to be a JoJo's reference or something. Like, what the fuck?
Everything's a JoJo reference.
That's the joke.
I really love Beatrice. She is she's very good. She's obviously, you know, as far as we are at this point, she is the typical tsundere, like, you know, incel, doesn't want to do anything with anyone and whatnot, but
we got some really spicy stuff with her in the second season.
Yeah, that's pretty much, you could say that about the entire cast. The entire season 2 was just it was just the Amelia camp kind of arc. Everyone got their moment there, and ironically Rem.
Yeah, but, I guess Rem actually had a cool moment at the very beginning, but
yeah.
Which should have been the end of season 1 anyways, but they wanted to end season 1 on a happy moment and not a cliffhanger, so that doesn't matter.
They not include the Aya who is Rome in that? I swear they did.
Season 1, did they do like an end credits? I don't think so, because season 1 ends on like the happy moment where like everything's good. But I think in the extended cut that they did, the director's cut, where they combined, instead of like 25 episodes, it was like 13 double lengths. It's about the same content, but they I think they modified it like that or whatever in that version.
Fair enough. That makes sense. That makes sense.
I believe. Could be wrong. But because I know a lot of people that react to the show now do the director's cut for season 1.
But yeah, no. ReZero in general is just the fuck you series.
Yes, it is probably my favorite ongoing isekai, because I think it's just really interesting. I love KonoSuba.
I would agree with that.
But like, I love KonoSuba. But if anything, like, I could easily.
For as comical as KonoSuba is, ReZero is dark.
But like, yeah, I love dark stuff. Like, I love messed up shit, and ReZero's really messed up, and I think is a really compelling story. And I think it's showing that, like, yeah, the isekai genre, as much of a meme as it is, can be complex. It can be interesting. It can, there's a lot you could. It's not all like the cookie cutter stuff that it has a bad reputation, but ReZero I think really shines.
I mean, it does have some pretty simple stereotypes.
Oh yeah, it plays into it.
Even ReZero kind of falls into, like, medieval setting, MC from our world just being meta as hell.
Yeah.
All that good stuff, But I mean, yeah, it's a pretty goddamn, solid story for what it is, and it's very complex, and I'm really enjoying it.
Are you thinking waifu?
Oh, good lord, I'm not. Oh, I mean, wow, waifu.
She obviously doesn't go below GF or above waifu, but it's just which tier.
I mean, this is Beatrice. I mean,
I'm kind of willing to, I think, let you make this choice, because I think I can accept either one.
Yeah, put her in the waifu one. I feel like she's above a majority of these ones.
I think season
maybe not all of them, but a majority.
I think season 2 has given her that credence. I don't think I would have.
Season 2 was the season that fleshed out the Amelia camp.
I mean, the next character didn't exist in season 1.
Ekidona.
And she also is my favorite character in ReZero.
That makes perfect sense.
So I will say that this one's interesting. This one's borderline, and I think you know where the border is.
Of course.
She's not below waifu, that's for sure. I'm actually curious what you have to say, if anything, about Echidna or Ekidona.
She's pretty much a kind of downplayed Makima in her manipulation and psychotic.
We're literally talking about a goddess who wants to know, a literal witch goddess thing that wants to know everything and is like existing in like a weird pseudo dead plane, and she's somehow way less crazier than Makima.
Well, that's the thing. For as much knowledge that she wants, Makima wants control.
And this is also the same girl who had like the speech that went on for minutes on end and was like heavily shortened compared to its original version, which is still so goated. It
was like fucking like 15 pages of just
speech
and speech. But no, she is an absolute beast of a unit. She is a genius manipulator, and she's proven to be, the only person that Subaru could admit his feelings to. In this story, and she has used that to almost completely break him. We've even seen, well, we haven't seen, but we can see the effects of what would happen if Echidna ever won in the story by the greed that this ReZero has, and I think one day you and me definitely need to absorb that into our knowledge of ReZero. We definitely need to view those.
Definitely. That might be, maybe one day that's another weird pseudo podcast thing like this. Who knows?
Yeah, be down for
But
that.
it is interesting because she similar, like you said, if you want to compare her a bit to Mami Makima, she can control the situation, and she's a master manipulator as well. Somehow less terrifying despite that face, but she's able to play on Subaru and play on his weaknesses in a way very few people can, because Subaru has an unwavering loyalty that, you know, theories abound about that, but she's able to kind of break through in a way no one else has. And ironically, depending on some of my potential theories on that series, I guess it potentially took a witch's influence to break through a witch's influence. Might be one way to put it.
Pretty much, yeah, that's a great way to put it.
And when you think about it, it fits so well narratively with what some of the stuff that I think potentially might be going on with Subaru. And it is really interesting that she plays her game, and at the core of her being, what she wants is not bad. She's not inherently evil, but at the same time, similarly to some other sus characters, she's not that concerned with what it takes to achieve what she wants. And that is always a trait that makes a bad person, and usually a great character.
She's the person that would burn the world down to get what she wants. In any other in very other circumstances, she would be the main villain of the show.
Yep. And for all we know, I mean, maybe. I mean, who knows how ReZero is going to twist and turn? I mean, who the fuck knows? I wouldn't even completely rule that out, that she somehow doesn't become that, because we have to remember, and this is kind of the thing that's almost pushing me into goddess tier. Let's not forget about Clown Boy, and how Clown Boy, who's one of the best characters, who's one of the best characters in ReZero. His whole
character is because of this girl.
And he is one of the best characters in ReZero, and
for sure.
A very top tier character just in anime. Like, Roswaal is unbelievable, and I think if anything pushes Echidna into goddess, I think it's actually Roswaal, weirdly enough. And
I mean, that makes perfect sense, really.
Because Roswaal is like a top tier character, and the influence that she's had on him, obviously, you know, we can thank her a lot for so much stuff in ReZero. Obviously, B has her connection.
You know, like I said, this whole series is basically just one giant simp fest.
It's narratively consistent. Like, again, I was talking about how Fujimoto's messing with us. Like, now I can talk about Nagatsuki. Nagatsuki, what the fuck? It's thematic stuff.
Everyone is going for everyone in this show. Roswaal wants Echidna.
Yep.
Ram wants Roswaal.
Yep.
What's it called? Catboy wants Ram. Subaru wants Amelia. Rem wants fucking Subaru. It's just everyone.
It's thematic, right? And it's like it's a cycle, and it's like it's not stuff like this isn't accidental. And like it tells you that there was a lot of thought put into this series, and it really emphasizes that, like, this isn't just some show with some cool characters and some cool action. Like, there's so much going on here. And with ReZero, unlike with Chainsaw Man, where, well, I don't know the specifics, but I feel like I have a vibe. Ironically, I'm way further into ReZero, and I'm actually a little more confused on the vibe. It's great. I love it. I'm here for it, but I don't have a snowball's, like, idea in hell of what the hell is actually happening. Like, I have some theories about what might be the cause of certain, like, character traits and certain things about the show, but I don't know what the hell they're doing. Like,
that's pretty much it. It's
but
just
in a good way. In a good way, though. In a good way, because sometimes that could be a bad thing, where it's like you've lost the plot. It's more like, I'm super interested. I'm super invested, and I can't see the forest through the trees, but this forest is really dope. So these trees are really cool, so I'm just enjoying the ride.
Like you said, very complex.
Very excited for season 3. So excited for
Oh,
season
you
3.
know it.
Oh, I'm so glad that that's you know, on the way at some point. So there's a judgment call to be made though, and I think I've generally made my case, but I think it's up to you because I can accept waifu if that's where she's going.
Yeah, put her in the goddess one.
I do think she's number 3 here though,
Mm.
which is weird because I think I like her like a lot more than Makima, but like I can't like Makima's look like it's funny. Echidna's face is horrifying, but Makima's face, every time I look over there,
That
I'm
tells
like,
a story.
I can't say anything. Like I can't, even if I feel that way, I'm never gonna say it. I mean, she knows how I really feel because she sees right through me. But it's
She
like
knows you better than you do.
that face is somehow more terrifying than the Echidna face. I can't explain it. It just is. And if you don't see it, like that's the thing. Because that's the thing. I think like personally like, but like I can't. Like it's just yeah, I literally can't. So this is interesting. We go from a character that we respectively love to probably the character that we might have the most division on this whole list, potentially. Amelia.
I'll admit, I was probably a little too hard on Amelia the first time around.
Oh my god, Uraraka broke you.
Literally, I was about to say that. Like, I was just too used to Uraraka's kind of just, to just Uraraka by that point. That Amelia was giving me similar vibes, especially in the first season.
Oh yeah,
to where she basically wasn't a character at all in the first season, and I just roped it in way too much with Uraraka to where I just did not really care. Now I'll still admit, like I said, I get the hate for Subaru's character in season 1 because he is literally simping and will not shut the fuck up about this girl who by that point in the show has done basically nothing.
Yeah.
So I get it, and I'm like that too. It's like, I can't get invested in Subaru's feelings for Amelia, so it's just, I just don't feel, I'm just starting to dislike her more because of it.
Sure.
But season 2, and when we get her backstory and her resolve, that's where she starts going up.
Not just season 2, but even the OVA.
Yes, the OVA, the one all about her.
Yeah, fuck, I don't remember.
And we see
it's not Memory Snow, it's the other one. It's the Frozen Bond, I think.
That was it, yeah, Frozen Bomb. Yeah, and we focus on her, and we see the life that she has to live because of the discrimination of her race.
Yeah.
That is where things start to click a lot better. And by the end of season 2, I can confidently say that I do like Amelia's character. It's not the best, and it's not above most of the others in the camp, but I will say that I do like Amelia.
So
I was too hard on her the first time. I would put her in
GF.
I'd put her in GF, yeah.
Yeah. I wouldn't put her below GF. She probably is, like, for me, high GF, low waifu. I like Amelia a lot. I think she's really interesting. I agree that, like, obviously a lot of that comes from, like, Frozen Bond. I love Frozen Bond. I think Frozen Bond's really, like, not talked about enough. Like, it's really good. I get that it's, like, just backstory, but it's really good backstory for literally one of the main characters. Like, regardless of how you feel, Amelia's a main character and clearly is incredibly important to the narrative, whatever the fuck that is. And yeah, I think they just did a really good job of, we got to see kind of Subaru hit the bottom in season 1, and despite all the despair he went through in season 2, I think he's really come out more triumphant than ever, and he really kind of started to learn to love himself, which I think him loving Amelia was almost a substitute for that, and he started to love himself truly, which has helped kind of, I feel like, obviously he didn't change how he feels about Amelia in the slightest, but he's come along a good way, and I think in the process, Amelia's become someone who, I feel like both of them deserve each other more than they did before. Like, I don't think either of them deserved the happiness of love.
Yeah.
Which is really funny, but that's part of what makes the writing of ReZero
Subaru
good.
is definitely just creepy, unhealthy stalker territory for a lot of season 1.
Well, I talk about this in season 1, and he reminds me a lot. In some ways, Subaru reminds me of the protagonist of Evangelion in the sense that I think for a good while, Subaru was purposely written and designed not to be liked. I don't think we're supposed to like Subaru for quite a while. And I think
not by that fucking, like,
and you don't see that very often. It's bold to write your main character like that. But I think that's what the point was. And I think we get to a point where when you get to the end of season 2, you're behind this guy. Like, he's the man. Like, we're with Subaru. And I think, honestly, Amelia kind of mirrors that in her own way. And I think we're at the point where we're kind of with this guy and this girl, and we're hoping for the best. And of course it's ReZero, so good luck with that. I think she still has a long way to go. I think there's valid criticism.
Oh, for sure.
But I also think she's going to continue.
You just kind of started her journey.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think she's going to continue to grow, and I think, because that's the thing. I mean, it's not like she's going anywhere, obviously. And I think Amelia and Subaru are going to do a lot of good for each other. But I definitely think, Subaru is higher than Amelia as it stands now, for sure.
Yeah.
But GF material probably is correct. I think she'll move up a tier eventually. But right now, GF material is right. Speaking of waifus and girlfriends,
here's where we get a little more into bias.
So I think it's funny because I actually think we're gonna
like the 2 mascots for the whole show.
So I mean, I'll be perfectly honest. I just want to do this. Like, this is where my mind goes. I don't think they deserve to be lower. I don't think I could reasonably put either of them.
C2.
I don't think we'll talk a little about the twins. I don't think they could go lower. I don't think they go high. Like, I think this is just they have to be in this tier.
I have always been more of the bias that I like Rem more than Rem, but I do understand the absurd Rem simping.
I don't know.
Series.
Like,
this is a simp done right. This is what Uraraka could have been.
Okay, I don't know about that. I don't know.
No, she couldn't have been that good, but this is what she should have aimed to be a little more of.
Rem is one of the best simps I've ever seen.
I do know. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Like, she is just one of the best simps.
Yeah, it's actually crazy. And it's so interesting too, given how rocky the relationship starts between Rem and Subaru. And like, despite
putting it lightly,
despite the fact that, well, obviously time passes up, but it's not really a lot of episodes that they go from rocky, to her becoming a huge simp for him, and yet I buy it, right? Like, it's another one of those where they do a really good job of making it feel natural, that like why Rem falls in love with him. Not that he deserves it, but it makes sense from her perspective. And that obviously only kind of makes the relationship between Ram and Subaru all the more kind of prickly. And obviously in what's so great about season 2 is Rem was super focused on in season 1. So, and she's amazing. She was my favorite character in the first season. I'm the cliche basic bitch.
I do like because it's like, obviously, again, through Rem's simping, she was able to progressively evolve Subaru's character and give him his resolve back.
Yep.
But the way they kind of portrayed it is that, if as dark as it seemed to be, if Rem did stay around more, Subaru would have developed a crutch mentality around Rem.
Yep.
To where she is his crutch to keep going.
Yep.
And to avoid that, they just pulled her out right away.
And that's the thing, right? Like,
so he got his resolve back from her, and then he's instantly on his own again.
It's so logical. Like, again, it's for a series that, again, isekai and everything, but like everything makes sense in this show. Like Rem got so much focus and screen time in season 1, and it was like that was awesome because it showed how great of a character she was, and she had a huge impact on Subaru and the story and everything. But she got all that focus, and in hindsight, it makes so much sense that Nagatsuki gave her so much. One, because it made us emotionally care as well, Subaru obviously, but us as a viewer.
Is pretty much the perfect waifu.
To rip her away. And then it's like, well, Ram didn't get as much focus as Rem. Well, Rem's not getting any focus next season. So there you go. But
it's also the first genuine loss of the series.
Yeah, and it's like we're going through this, and it's like it's brilliant. It just makes so much sense because that's another reason why there was so much focus on her. Because then they tear her away from you. And it's like, excuse me? And it's like building that connection with the audience. Like I said, obviously Subaru too, of course, but it's really clever. And like Rem, like obviously as a huge Rem fan, it sucked that she wasn't in season 2, but it was brilliant writing, and it allowed for other characters to really shine, like Beatrice,
and even
Ram,
in season 2 with her gone, she still pushes forward with the plot because there is still. I even said she would become the crutch of Subaru. I think they even demonstrate that perfectly when Love Girl ended up attempting to manipulate Subaru with Rem's face.
Yeah.
And came so close to succeeding in that.
Yep. Like, what a brilliant, like, just everything. And then, like, Ram is awesome.
I love Ram.
I've always loved Ram, but I feel like she's grown on me more and more. I would say it's very, very close between those two for me. Like, I totally
the Rems are close for sure.
But yeah, the twins are great. I'd say
I get why they're like the mascots of the series.
Oh yeah, it's like twins. The hair, the colors are like opposite. It's like they're pretty. Like they got the big titty. Like it's just everything's going. Everything maid outfits. Maid outfits. Like no, back when I went to Japan in I believe 2018. So this was about I think 2 years after ReZero. I think ReZero might have even been 2017, so it might have been a year after. It was within 2 years of the release of the first season of the anime, and it was before the second season. You saw this shit everywhere. Like Rem and Ram popped up everywhere. Like they're just in even in like weird stores that weren't like Weeb related. Like those faces would pop up. Like they were everywhere.
That sounds based as fuck.
Was insanely popular in Japan. Probably still is, but it was insanely popular in Japan when I was there.
Oh yeah, in Japan. They're probably still all over the place.
Yeah. And
the popularity hasn't really like subsided yet.
Yeah, no, season 2 did huge numbers in Japan and America for that matter. Like it's a very popular show in general. So yeah, I mean ReZero's great. Beatrice is great. Rem is great. Ram is great. Echidna's insane. It's an awesome show. And again, I think a show that like you said, a little divisive. I think it's a vocal minority because the scores, if you look at like aggregate scores, it's a very highly acclaimed series. But there are dissenters, and that's a perfect transition into the next series because it's the exact same thing. A series that some people look at as one of the GOATs. I'm sure some people would call this the GOAT. And it's certainly like up there. Code Geass.
All right. Well,
this is one of the craziest shows you'll ever watch. Yes, I do. She is number 4. She is the 4th character to join this tier. When I talk about my favorite female characters of all time, like Kurisu is my default answer. But then there's always that part in the back of my mind that's like, C2 is kind of goated. And it's like...
She's always been.
It's so funny because I have the same issue with both Steins Gate and Code, where it's like, I think I like the main character more than like the main waifu. but it's like what the fuck? Like picking between Okabe and Kurisu, picking between Lelouch and C2. Like why? Why are we doing this? Like it's just
yeah.
Also, why are these shows allowed to have two characters that are that good?
And why do they fit so well together?
Yes, there is that too. We are both very much C2 Lelouch shippers.
And you actually haven't seen as much as I have in Code, but
weirdly enough, yeah. But I assume that's not that relevant here. C2 is incredible though. Well, who knows? But yeah, C2 is one of the best characters.
She's just incredible. Like I said,
Again, personality. She's probably, in some ways, you could even argue. I mean, like obviously, my mind goes immediately to Kurisu, but you could even make an argument that C2 is the most likable character on this tier list. Like C2 is just
interesting.
Like just so like, because she's cute when she wants to be. She's like really cool and mysterious. She's a bitch when she needs to be.
And
she's
terrifying.
So hot. She makes lime green hair work, which is kind of wild because that is not typically that would not be a good color, but C2 rocks that shit. She wears a straitjacket half the series. Like, come on.
Yep. She'll choke you out with her leg.
She's the only woman that likes pizza more than you.
Position. She's got great taste in food. That's another good one.
I don't know. There's better options than Pizza Hut, but still, I respect it.
Hey, in that universe, there's only one option.
Apparently, like, what the hell was that sponsor? Like that had to be a sponsor. I refuse to believe otherwise. But it's
maybe
so
the
great.
writer's favorite was just Pizza Hut.
We even got the boy himself. The you want to talk about mascots? She kept eating that pizza, and she was gonna get her prize, and she got it.
Precious Cheese Coon.
And Cheese Coon is glorious. And another reason,
the only one that truly held her heart.
The god. She's the goddess. Cheese Coon is the god. So yeah, it's amazing. Like, she's such a serious character, but there's that dichotomy of silliness, and that's Code Geass. Code Geass is a show about terrorism, backstabbing, double-crossing, betrayal, mech fights, but portrayed in like a strategic combat, like an RPG kind of almost style. And yet at the same time, they're chasing cats around a school and trying to hide masks, and they're baking pizza, the world's largest pizza. It's like, it's
a wild ride.
It's a show that feels like it was made in the 90s, came out in the 2000s, and has the spirit of modern anime. It's like it's simultaneously a 90s series, a 2000 series, and a modern series all in one. It's unbelievable. It's one of the greatest mecha of all time, and that's a fucking high bar, because for some reason there's way too many goated mecha. It's weird. And yeah, I mean, it's one of the greatest shows of all time. I remember I watched around the same time Code Geass and Brotherhood, and those are still to this day two of my favorites. And it was a lot going back and forth between them. And while I think Brotherhood is technically better, like I think Brotherhood is like more consistently great. It's more like clean. Code Geass gets a little messy. The experience is Code Geass is unbelievably fun, and it's like the season 1 is masterfully paced and crescendos beautifully, and then season 2 is just fucking nuts. Season 2 is just like bang 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 bang. Every 2 episodes, the entire series is flipped on its head. Every 2 episodes,
mindfuckery.
They do it for 25 episodes. It is, and then the second half is somehow crazier than the first half. Unbelievable. Speaking of characters, Code Geass, holy shit, like hot. What the hell? Like,
oh good lord.
Like, wait, what the hell? Oh, they all like fell down. I don't know how I did that.
Yeah, you pushed one up.
Yeah, I guess. Anyways, Cornelia, I believe it's Cornelia Lee Britannia. I gotta get these names right. for these royals.
Sure.
How do you feel about purple hair over
She's
here?
she is the GOAT. She is pretty damn awesome, honestly.
Yeah, I mean,
Strong, empowering. Yep, that makes sense to me.
yeah, I mean,
Quite the level of C2, but I mean, she's definitely among the best.
she's not even that far off. I mean, she is a little off, but she's not that far. Like Cornelia is incredible. She's the goddess of victory. Ironically, like despite the fact that she's not quite making that tier, and she's probably, as far as Lelouch's many siblings go, she's probably the best one. I think. Oh fuck! I say that there's a guy though that there is a guy that gives her a real run for her money, but
Yep. And even she thinks that.
Oh, and I was about to get into this. Yeah, Code Geass is based as well, apparently. Royal family.
When he says that, he means there's a lot of ancestral
20,000 siblings. Yeah. In Code Geass, they're classy enough to just imply it.
But not enough to do it.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I think it almost more than anything just has to do with the nature of the show. Like, it's just...
They did confirm one, but only one.
Some people try to deny it, but no.
Yeah, that's called denial.
Yeah.
Welcome to Ruby.
Lelouch's type is witches and sisters. That's his kinks. In that order, by the way. Although he does like his coworkers too. He is into that as well, and
debatable.
Sometimes he tries to do awful things to them when he's depressed.
Oh Jesus Christ!
Dude, Code is
that's
insane.
A different mindset.
We're gonna get to her soon, but first of all, speaking of incest, a girl that is kind of at the root.
Think she should be that high?
Yeah, you want to go here?
Go there. Yuffie's fine, but I wouldn't put her like near the same as most of them.
I guess it is kind of the thing where it's like, it's more the impact she has on the show, like, right? Like, she is so important to the show in a weird way because she leaves such a lasting impact on everything that she touches, whether it's characters, whether it's like various like narrative things. Like, it just seems like there's a heavy weight to everything that Yuffie Mia does, and I mean, she's great. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say one-dimensional, but it's definitely one of those things where...
She's definitely the least layered of all the siblings.
It's almost more the fact that, like, everyone in that family is insane, and she's, like, the least insane.
She's the most normal.
Yeah, she's the closest thing to a normal girl out of all of them, despite the fact that she seems to also be into incest.
She is the one that stole Lelouch's heart.
At least Lelouch, probably Cornelia's too.
Yeah.
This fucking show. I love Code Geass. Shit's great. Speaking of characters that actually aren't trying to fuck their family, here's Colin.
Yep.
I don't... Now, this one I feel like she kind of has to be... Like, I probably wouldn't put her over Cornelia, but I think she probably has to be here. She's really good. She's great.
You think so?
I think so. She doesn't win the waifu wars because Lelouch has eyes for another. But
multiple others, but
Jesus Christ. I love how Code Geass, the real reason people hate Code Geass is because it's a loosely coded harem. It's like somehow a harem. It's like
just jealousy.
It's so funny too because like they check all the boxes. He's even got his like weird bromance arch rival dude. So like he checks every box, even the gay one. Like it's crazy. Oh, yeah. Lelouch is literally getting all of that ass. It's wild. But like that's
and he doesn't
thing,
even
right?
need his mind control for it.
That's the thing.
That's how goated he is.
Is so suave too that he like doesn't even want it. Like, that's what makes it even funnier. Like, he gives in every once in a while, but he's just like, nah, I'm just trying to take over the world. Like, come on.
No, seriously, come on. This was not part of the plan.
He didn't realize that those are good genes. Those surprisingly, the weird Britannian royal family incest genes are actually really good, because everyone in that family turns out to be really hot.
Lanky bodies go a long way.
They all end up really hot, and they almost all end up really smart too. It's wild. Millie.
I don't remember Millie much, honestly.
Yeah, I'm thinking G-up material. She's not like a waifu, but she is really fun. Like, what you do get of her is just really fun. And that's kind of the extent of it. Like, she's a cool character, and there's nothing wrong about her character. There's a few kind of deep things. Obviously, some of the things that they do really cool with her are associated with other side characters, including one that we'll get to at the end of Code. But not too much there. A fun character. This one's weird. I'm actually really curious where you think Nonali should go. Because Nonali's a weird one.
Yeah.
Speaking of driving forces of the show, talking about Yuffie.
It all started right there. Nonali is an interesting case because, yeah, obviously she's the entire driving factor, at least at the beginning of Lelouch's journey.
Yeah, until
her character is more. Like... It's more important of the effect she has on others rather than what she actually does herself.
Like Euphemia.
But in terms of her, overall character, I'd probably put her in maybe.
I think that's fair. Like, she's
more important to others than she is herself.
She's not very interesting, but there's nothing like inherently wrong about her as a character. And like, again, the writing is sound. She exists to serve a purpose in the story, a role in the story. She does that very well, and that's what she is.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
There's like nothing wrong with her. We like Nonali, but she kind of exists to serve a purpose and does that very well. And that's ironic given the plot of Code Geass.
And now we have generic redhead 003.
Now we have the third of the big three of Code waifus. We have Shirley.
You said the third?
Yeah. C2, Colin, and Shirley, because they're like the three main love interests for Lelouch.
Yeah, I guess. What to say about Shirley?
Her character's really interesting, actually, but like in a weird way because of the way the plot.
Again,
reasons.
it's kind of the.
It's a little bit of the Overlord thing almost.
It has on Lelouch.
Yeah, of course. And that's what a lot of this show is. I was going to say there's a little bit of the Overlord thing where like Shirley's character is really interesting, but the actual nature of the plot makes it kind of weird.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You know what I'm talking about in the context of Code with Shirley. So like if we're talking like the two peak moments, the Mao stuff and the later stuff, like, you know what I'm talking about.
I do.
That stuff's all like fantastic, but she's just kind of.
Oh yeah, sure.
You know, but then she
those
has
are
her
very kind of specific points in the show,
and she has her default points. Before those 2 points.
When she's not in the center focus, there isn't a whole lot going on with her.
So she's weird. I think she probably lands in GF material. Like, she's definitely a fluctuating character. Like, when she's peak, she's pretty peak, but more often than not, that's not what she is.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But Shirley is actually a great character, though. But again, it's like the nature of the story makes it weird. So, okay, here comes the other one. Now, we're probably going to disagree.
Table fucker.
Table fucker. My legendary quote. One, the fact that I always forget, even though this is what I call her, I always forget this actually happened in Code. Like, when we talk about how insane Code is, like, What?
That at that point was probably the biggest shocker of the whole show.
Yes, the weirdest thing you'd seen in anime up to that point. And
It's
probably
just
still
so
up there.
it's just so out of left field, even for the rest of the whole series. It's just like there's nothing like that ever again.
As wild as Code is from a plot perspective, from just a pure
And there's
like
boobs in this show.
Hell yeah. But yeah, from a wild like plot perspective, well, I mean they are nice boobs, but from a wild plot perspective, stuff insane happens a lot and literally in like every other episode in season 2. But yeah, just from a pure what the actual fuck am I watching? This is honestly up there in anime, just in general. Like this is a legendary like anime moment meme. Like it is probably
I feel like people who haven't even seen Code probably know this.
Yeah, I mean it's insane and
rather infamous.
So generally speaking, this is a lot of people consider Nina the worst character in Code Geass. That is
interesting.
The general opinion. I actually like.
I mean, she is a simp.
Fervently disagree with this. I actually think she's really interesting, and I actually think, I wish it was focused on a little more, but I actually think like her arc that kind of is loosely threaded through season 2 in the points where you get to see her, is actually really interesting. It's so cool. One of the things that's so cool about the end of Code Geass is like the actual people on each side, and it's like, how the fuck did we get here? And there's nothing more what the fuck than Nina working with Zero. And it's like,
honestly, like you couldn't make a theory about that to save your life.
And it's so cool.
What the fuck?
And she legitimately shows her character development. And it's like, and it obviously it actually kind of mirrors what they do with Suzaku, because Nina essentially, and the joke is in the show her full name is Nina Einstein, which is a little on the nose here.
That's incredible.
While in the end it was Oppenheimer, not Einstein, who actually develops the nuke. Shouts to Oppenheimer, a 2023 film, possibly maybe Best Picture. We'll see, but great movie by the way. But Nina essentially develops the Code Geass equivalent of a nuke. She becomes that person, and she has to wait. On her conscience, on her soul, she has to accept that she made the most deadly weapon in the history of humanity in her universe. And that's a lot to take. And she has the appropriate reaction when she properly processes people actually using this weapon. Despite the fact that she was fervently like, fire that shit, given her context. So she kind of comes around and realizes like, wow, this shit is awful. And she plays a key part in, the kind of end game of the series. It's
kind of a moment where it's like, what do you think was going to happen?
And then fucking Suzaku goes full salve. Man, late Code Geass is a different animal. I know I can't push for any higher than this, so I'm just pushing for G-Up material because I love crazy chicks, you know that, and I think she's a really good character. I know that. I think she's really underrated, and I also think she deserves that just for being based enough to being the vessel by which Code Geass showed a girl masturbating with a table in their anime.
I cannot say I've seen that before. Not even in the next series we'll get into.
Or Sense, yeah.
So yeah, GF is pretty good, but also pretty terrifying.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, we don't have to worry about it because we're guys.
Yeah, she is a confirmed lesbian.
Like, I mean, I don't even know if that's the way to say it. I mean, like you said, she's a simp. Like, it's not a gender thing. It's exactly one person that she's literally, and I quote, in the show refers to as her goddess. That is an actual line. So, like, we make the jokes about goddesses. She's literally the one out here doing the tier list over here, and Euphemia is in S tier. We have one show left. And it's no coincidence.
Holy crap, we're actually here.
that in this like cultured list, this is such a cultured list. Look at all these anime girls. We had to save maybe not the best for last. If anything, I did the best first. But what's last is culture. We have the horniest show on this list. Although that's debatable. Not by as much as you'd think. Because there's Chainsaw Man, there's
Not in the
Geass.
case that it, but in the case that its purpose is to be that.
I mean, to be fair, Kodomo no Jikan exists. But...
Oh, shut up.
This is one of the primary points of high school is being an alternative to hentai or porn.
Just to ecchi, but
no, that's what
to
it
anyone
is.
Who
but I'm saying to be an
seen,
alternative to those things.
Just to anyone who is familiar with high school, you will notice that we are using the original art style in this because fuck the new one.
Yeah.
But anyway, as you were.
This is such a weird series. I'm not gonna lie, I'm looking at these characters and like I don't know what to do with like any of them. Like I feel like I could rank them against each other probably, but like I don't know where like they belong. So
yeah, despite the obvious fact that they are like, fat bait, it's like they are pretty standard in their archetypes, I would say.
Like, a lot of them are probably GF material, because they're all, like, really hot. Like, pretty universally down the line. Like, obviously, that's gonna be a primary, like, deal with this series.
I think the first one, Akino, we could put her there, I'd say, quite easily.
Yeah, Akino is one of the best characters in high school. And she's super hot. So, like, win-win. I don't really have a lot to say. Now, to be perfectly honest, at this point, it's been a while since I've watched high school. Like, I remember it, but...
Same.
And I know that there's definitely, a lot of elements of the story that I actually do find interesting, but at the same time, it's still high school. So, like, it's kind of it's a balancing act. Like, the show's better than it has any right to be. I think is the best way I'd put it. Like, it shouldn't be as good as it is. I don't think it's great, but it's better than it should be. Oh, yeah, but Kodomo's, like, scary. Because Kodomo is just disgusting. But, like, then at the same time, it actually, like, gets across, like, really interesting ideas. Whereas, like, high school just should be, like... It's, like, the most cringe, like, teenager bait, ironically. But yet, at the same time, it's actually not that bad. It's actually a decent show.
Yeah,
it's not amazing, but it gets the job done.
It's pretty good.
In more ways than one.
Yeah, you can stay beyond the fan service.
Oh yeah. No, I will say,
up well enough.
It's so stupid that it's really funny as well. Like,
yeah,
it's so over the top ridiculous.
You don't take this seriously, but
it's another example of like it would never happen outside of Japan. It's such a Japan show.
Oh, of course.
Fucking hell. This is why we love Japan. This is really what this is. This part is literally just us simping for Japan.
And we've already passed Rem and Ram.
Man, dude. It's good shit. Anyways, Azia, what are we thinking about her? Because I actually think she's probably I would say probably for me, like on the lower end for these girls.
So maybe.
I think so.
Yeah, that's fine.
I think she's probably a little below Akino. Who do you want to do next? Stick in an order, or?
Oh, we picking now?
We're almost near the end. I don't know. Who do you want to talk about?
I don't know.
All right, let's flip it backwards. How about let's do some Zenobia action.
Okay, she's cool.
She's really funny.
She is.
The babies thing is just ridiculous.
Oh yeah, of course. Well, I mean, boy's a dragon, gotta get that seed, but like,
I'm kind of thinking that she could go up here. She's really funny.
Yeah. I do like Zenobia a fair bit.
Speaking of people who think they have moral standards,
You just want to do Rias last.
One of these two should be last, I think. Where?
But maybe in GF as well. She's cute.
Say it again.
GF.
Yeah, I could go with that.
Or Asia's going to be the only one not in there.
I think she's bottom out of the high school characters because these two are.
Do you even remember her name?
It's so funny because I was literally this whole time I was thinking, what's her name? And I was like,
Inria.
Honestly, isn't it Irina actually?
Maybe.
Yeah, I think it's Irina. Because when you said that, it kind.
I know it's spelled like that. I don't think it's said like that though.
Who fucking knows? Konoko or Rias? Who's it gonna be?
I mean, you might as well just do Rias last. She is like the main one.
Yeah. The co-main character along with Dumbass.
I put her in GF as well.
Yeah. She should be somewhere.
You got girl strong, will dominate you. All the 9 yards.
Yeah, somewhere in the top 3 over here. And we have Rias.
One more. She's kind of a bitch.
I'm probably thinking GF too. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much
I
it.
like Rias more than you do, so I'll put her back here a little. Yeah,
all
I mean,
right,
the
and
orders. So, a lot of these orders, like, I didn't really care that much.
These aren't ordered by. Yeah, these aren't ordered by just.
These are ordered. These are ordered.
Yeah, the last one is obviously an obligation, but like.
I mean, to be fair, I would at least put her here, but.
Put her back.
But we're not. She's not going over the goat over here.
I cannot believe that Rin is top nope. But it makes sense. Above Lizana.
Yeah, but Lizana sucks. Like what Lizana gets to be is better than Taya, and better than Uraraka. Like, she should be happy, honestly, because like she's part of the ironic thing is Lizana is probably at the very least is part of the worst written show, weirdly enough, out of the 4 of these. So she should be happy. Oh my god, you're actually gonna say My Hero. And then like Yu-Gi-Oh's cool. Like Yu-Gi-Oh's cool. Like Yu-Gi-Oh is actually the funny thing about Yu-Gi-Oh is like Yu-Gi-Oh's writing is like way overrated, but it's not bad. It's just
original series is pretty goated.
It's just like, but I mean, like just from the sake of like, there's a lot of really stupid stuff in Yu-Gi-Oh, and Taya's one of them.
Taya's just one of the most pointless aspects. Like, get her out.
Yeah, this looks pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I didn't think too much about it. It's weird because I feel like the one that I'm surprised is there is Makima.
That's because she's just too new for you. You haven't simped for her enough.
But like, yeah, the more I talked about Chainsaw Man, the more like that discussion was going. It's like, the more I think about her, and this is the problem. So my last reaction to Chainsaw Man, which by the time this would go up, it'll have been up. But the last reaction to Chainsaw Man season 1 was 4 episodes. And it was like 2.5 hours, and I just kept going on rants about Makima. And it was like, what is happening? Why? Shut up, Shark. Like, it was so stupid. But it was like, I can't stop thinking about how crazy this girl is. And we barely, like, she's done some crazy shit, but it's mostly me just thinking, oh my god, she's actually just going to destroy the universe.
Very possible. Not even, like, meme in there. She could
like,
do that.
It's like, I can't believe that, like, she's lived up to, like, the meme. Because I've learned that she's this huge meme of a character, but she's somehow like even better than the meme. She's actually like, yes, we are gonna bark. We're not. What I didn't know is how unwilling I would be. I was so unwilling to bark for her, but she got it out of me by the end of the season. So,
well, I guess everyone's already seen him officially bark on the channel for his goddess.
It was really shitty too. It was so bad. I'll do better next season or movie.
Well, you definitely ain't a dog even worth
next.
barking.
That's true. Fuck. Dude, I'm just imagining her saying that to me. Oh, fuck.
Okay, we have a video to finish here. You can
Yes,
simp
that is
later.
true. So anything look out of order here? I'm focusing mainly on the waifu tier because obviously this is like the real tier because like goddess is special. Those four are fine.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have many issues with this. I mean, I still don't know for sure if I'd put all the KonoSuba ones in there, but I'm
Yeah.
not gonna argue about that right now.
Obviously, the no game no life is entirely my opinion, of course.
Yep.
So, I wouldn't be surprised if some of those would be like GF in his mind. They're really good characters though. Shiro's a little interesting, but I think she's great. But
We
like
know you
Jibril and
simp
Steph,
for
I
that
think are
tight
really
snatch.
hard to argue against. Like Jibril and Steph are both so much fun. They're fantastic. Tatsumaki's an interesting one. Like I stand by it, but I definitely think
There's
that
a lot of potential.
it's kind of just because she's Tatsumaki. Like
Yeah.
as dumb as that is as an
It's
actual
like the most
response.
simplistic reason is just she's Tatsumaki.
I definitely
I didn't think
agree.
you'd put her that high, honestly, but I'm glad you did.
I definitely agree Colin's one of the weaker ones on waifu, but I still do stand by that. I think she's a really good character and she's hot.
Naturally.
So yeah, I think she belongs, but I do think she's one of the weaker ones. Like you said, yeah, like maybe Aqua, however, wherever you stand on the KonoSuba, they're definitely at the bottom of waifu as well, like the KonoSuba characters. Um, but I think I stand by everyone else pretty well. I think I stand by Toga. Definitely Power. I think the two Brotherhood girls definitely belong there. Um,
I'm glad you ended up liking Power so much.
she's great. I wanted her to be my favorite character, but I tried, dude. I tried.
I know, you have a mummy fetish.
I wish it was only that. I wish she was just mommy. She's so much more, and it's horrifying.
Oh yeah.
Um, yeah, I don't know. I haven't watched any of your Chainsaw Man yet, so I'll have to get on that. See what you thought initially.
Yeah, it is up right now, so you can watch it.
Yeah, well, whatever. Eventually, regardless. And yeah, the Steins Gate characters by default, they're just too good. Like
Obviously, you don't need to discuss
honestly,
them.
I don't even like it was a joke, but like it also almost like probably was almost half serious that like honestly, if you wanted to say that like every character pretty much in Steins Gate is just a god, goddess, whatever, like it's just
Yeah,
goaded.
they're just that
Like
good.
they're that good,
They are
and
that
like
good.
yeah, so that's that. Cornelius great. Rem and Ram are great. Um, yeah, I mean, and then after that, it's kind of more like fluid. I think like GF is basically characters just we like pretty much. I mean, I think there's a couple characters in maybe that we like. Actually, a fair few of them, but it's just
I mean, yeah, I like
a,
them.
a
It's
lot of
just
it's either writing, whether lack of attention, like lack of focus in the writing, or just bad writing that holds them back.
yeah. But no, I feel pretty strong about this.
No, I
And of
feel
course,
like
there
the
is
most
always the
controversial,
possibility of just
weirdly
going
enough, I
back
think
at some point.
the most controversial thing, and it's basically just a hot take, although you seem to, but yeah, I think that the most controversial things on here are probably, obviously Uraraka. Nina is pretty controversial. She's definitely higher than I think most people would put her. But beyond that, I'm not seeing a lot that I feel looks too crazy. I think those are the two that stand out to me. Um,
Yeah, which is fine. That's all good.
yeah, I don't know. I don't think any of the goddesses are like that crazy. Like, I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like, I hope everyone realizes that Echidna is just like the truth.
Are you still going with the video?
Yeah, I'm about to shut it off in a few,
No,
but no,
just curious.
we'll do a. Yeah, it's the final review, Um, But yeah, it looks good. I think this we can lock this in. I don't think we have to make any last second changes unless something sticks out.
No, I think I'm pretty happy with it. For the characters that I know anyway, and thoroughly remember, I'm good.
Yeah, well, I mean that was really most of it. Like I said, like No Game No Life, it was just me, but I think other than that, we all pretty much talked about it at least a little bit. No, that was actually, I think, a lot. Like, I expected us to agree on most of it, but that was actually even easier than I thought. There was very little, like, debate. I'm sure part 2 is going to be a little more exciting. I'm sure there's going to be a bit more division.
Yeah, spoiler alert, the next one is solely Westerns.
Yes, so that's the idea. Obviously, maybe in the future we'll revisit some of this, but we have so many characters between these shows that I figured, and it's weird because the show count was like really evenly split, honestly, between anime and Western, which really tempted me to do it like this. Yeah, I think there's more characters in Western because like a couple of them just have so many characters. MLP. Oh my lord. That's gonna be the last show we do. 100%.
Fair enough.
But yeah, yeah. So I think there's definitely more characters on that side, but I think it's pretty balanced this way. Somehow, I don't know. This video is like 12 million years long. Yeah. We're on 4 hours.
Dead on.
4:05 it looks like, but something like that. So yeah, we kind of had to split this up. I guess we didn't have to, but yeah. We're getting into
better.
We're getting into territory where like we're talking about like even my like really long Let's Play videos aren't this long. So that's something.
If we combined it, it'd probably reach like 9 hours or something.
Who knows? Maybe a miracle will happen and part 2 is under 4 hours, but I don't have hope. Nevertheless, nope. I think that's gonna wrap it up. So, do you want to say any final words or final thoughts before we head out?
No, I think I'm good.
Alrighty, I think that's gonna do it. So, anyways, fucking put something at the beginning, but if you didn't figure it out, Kickass is my guy. Channel, description, go, subscribe, you know the drill.
I'm not that consistent at the moment, but you never know.
Or ever, but like I'm not much better. Well, I don't know, maybe I am now.
Doing pretty well.
For now. By the time this season is like I've been gone for a week or something, it'd be funny. But yeah, it's reactions, same shit that I do.
A lot of similar, well, just the same series.
Well, yeah, I mean, so every series on this list,
of these,
every series on this list, he's reacted to, I believe.
Yep, everyone.
Yeah. So yeah, so if you like Steins Gate, Code, ReZero,
the only kind of complicated one is Alexis for GX.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, that one is a little different, but other than that,
Fairy Tail's partial too. He only reacted to
partial. I started at like 227 or something.
But I think everything else is like fully beginning to either end or beginning to wherever he is currently. Like some of these he's not up to date, like SAO or
My Hero.
Yeah.
Steins stuff like that.
A few of those, yeah. And then some of them are completed or up to date. But nevertheless, you get the picture. If you like these shows, check them out. Or maybe you already have. Who knows? But anyways, that's going to do it. I'm not going to do a long intro because this is over 4 hours long. So thanks for watching. Peace.
See ya.